how AI agents work, and we also got a glimpse of what the work of an AI journalist would essentially look like and what the future would essentially look like. Now, we are jumping into another interesting topic, which is AI automations. Now, as people are joining in, let me give you context about how we are going to be spending the next 3 hours and what is it that we are learning and why it is important for us to learn what we are learning. Now, ever since yesterday, since the time we got started, I told you that today is going to be the advanced level, and we covered one part of it in the morning. But now we are going to be talking about AI automations for the next 3 hours. Now, some of you who have been techies yourself, who have been into the tech space, would come out and ask me, hey, funny, automations have always been possible. What is different about automations right now? Well, yes, automations were always possible to be set up, but only by writing code. But today, all of us, all the non-techies as well, have the ability to set up automations, and that is what we are going to be seeing in this particular session. And in these automated workflows, you could also have the same large language models participate and do a lot of things for you, and that is what we are going to be showing all of you. But like I said, this is going to be a slightly advanced session, and hence there are a few prerequisites that we will have to cover, which will be in the form of theory. Because without those prerequisites, it's going to be very difficult for you to be able to go ahead and build your own automations. So the way we have divided this entire session, which is going to go on for the next 3 hours, is that the first 45 minutes to 1 hour, we're going to be focusing on the foundational elements of automations. Yesterday, we very briefly spoke about APIs. In this particular session, you're going to go deeper into APIs and understand how API integrations really work. You're going to get exposed to a lot of no-code platforms that are available today that all of us can use to go ahead and build automations. But we are going to be going deep into one such platform today, which is make.com. And after the first 45 minutes, we are going to go ahead and build an entire automation workflow together so that you understand the entire process. But before I hand it over to Manish and have him take over, I want to tell all of you that as and advance parts of the session. But if you feel overwhelmed, it is absolutely fine to feel overwhelmed. It is absolutely fine to feel that you are not understanding a few steps here and there. And to be able to help you out, we have a lot of resources that we have already prepared, which I'll be talking about towards the end of this entire session. But during the course of the session, we are going to try and help you in terms of understanding how you can go ahead and build your own automations. But please do note that this is a skill that comes with a lot of practice as well. So you have to understand how this entire workflow works out, how is it done over the next 3 hours, and then you have to go ahead and practice, for which we will be talking about a lot of resources that we will be giving you. I hope I have made myself clear, and during the course of the session, like I have been doing since morning, we will be controlling the chat box, we will be turning it off, turning it on, so that you can interact with us and also drop in any questions that you might be having. But are you all ready to get started? And I know that everyone is back from lunch. I'm also sitting down for this session because it's going to be a long session, but I know that you should be energetic at this point of time and not sleepy. Are you all ready to get started with the session? Drop in ready on the chat if you are ready to get started with the last session of the AI Mastermind. Wonderful. Yash says he wants my playlist. It's an AI playlist. I'll try to share that with everyone. But on this note, I will go ahead and welcome Manish into the session. Manish, I hope you are able to hear me and see me.
Hi, Funny. Manish here.
Wonderful. Hi.
Can you see me? Perfect.
Yes.
Am I audible, visible clearly?
Yes. Folks, are you all able to see Manish and hear him well? And please do not ask questions about certificates or recordings or anything of that sort. I will talk about all of that very, very peacefully after we finish learning from Manish in this session. Wonderful. Manish, I think we can get started.
Absolutely funny. Glad to see almost 6,000 people on the session. One of the, I think, largest session we have during the weekends. So glad to see all of you guys. So much energy, even after having lunch, even after having that 5 hours of intense session. That's amazing. And as Funny said, he just made you afraid a little bit. So this is going to be intense, but not that intense. I'm going to give you a proper exposure of automation, how you can build automations using no code, low code these days. And we are also going to build automation from scratch, right? So this session is divided into two parts. One is we are going to take a complete theory, fundamental, and second, where we are going to build or have a hands-on experience about automation. Now, something important here, guys. So these 6,000 people would be a composition of techies as well as non-tech, right? Funny was addressing techie people as well, right? Now, since it is about automation, about APIs, integrating data, connecting things, we will consider both type of audience, so everyone get included in the whole journey of the automation itself. And second is, for some people who are techies, it may be a little boring while we are running through the theory or the fundamentals, but they are very much essential, because see, this automation or AI learning is like how you learn how to drive a car, right, or a bike. Once you learn it, you can take it anywhere, right? So that's where I'm trying to make a context that if you learn the fundamentals, if you understand how things are working, how they're connected, and how you can automate a complete process end to end, then you can automate almost anything what you want in your personal life, in your business, right? So essential, important factor is we should emphasize on fundamentals. If you know already, you can take a walk, you can take a coffee break, or maybe a nap. That's all fine for me. And once we are into the practical part, we should have complete focus, full attention. I would not say 100%, but 200% attention on the screen, because that is going to be like very basic nitty-gritties, how to map values, how to build the logic, and so many other things. So are we good to start? Do I have your commitment for at least next 2.5 hours of undivided attention from you guys? Okay, amazing, great energy. Now, who all think theory can be a boring thing? Fundamentals, like we are going to run through like almost 40-50 slides, and that whole thing may be boring. So who all think theory is boring? Yes or no? I see many of the people are thinking yes, but without theory, we can't build amazing practicals, right? When we were in school, we were learning physics, chemistry, math, bio, so many things. Theory is always important. But I don't want to make this session boring. So let's start with some sort of a quick, I would say, a demonstration, a quick experiment with the automation. And once we are good with that, once you maintain, once you know like how automation is working, what it can do for you, then we'll get into the theoretical part. How does that sounds? Okay, let's get to the things itself. So guys, what I do actually is, this is one of the basic automation example, but very essential for anyone who's working into day-to-day social media posting. We all wanted to have, let's say, our personal presence, our personal brand to be established on social media as a thought leader. Maybe you want to share certain updates, certain, let's say, news or something, anything, right, about our stuff. As well as if you have your business, and that can be a startup business, that can be a like any sort of business, right? You may want to create that business presence as well on social media. Now, what are the key platforms? So essentially, we have a couple of good platforms which we interact with day in, day out. Something like Facebook, as well as Instagram and LinkedIn. So what I thought is, even for myself or my clients, if I have to create a post on social media, it can take good amount of time and effort, right? But with the help of automation, I don't waste hours and hours of time and effort to create images, to create good content, and even to post it. It all can be done with the help of automation and a combination of AI. So what I did is actually, I created this kind of a Google Sheet, which you can see on my screen now. And this Google Sheet, I just had to put my ideas over here. Whatever I wanted to create a post around, I can simply put things over here. This idea can be a large, long idea, which is defined with based of like requirements or some factual content, or it can be a basic generic idea as well. I can also refer certain information over here through links or through some sort of external databases, external sources. Now, what I do is, I just have to click on this button called Run Automation over here on my screen, and it is going to populate content or I would say a beautiful post content well curated for these three platforms, Facebook, Insta, LinkedIn, as well as it is going to create me a beautiful image around this particular topic, and then it simply say content is ready for review. So let's give it a try. So if I say generate content and I click on run automation, let's see what happens. The task which used to take hours and hours of time can now be done in minutes. See here, it's already started working. It says working on it. Let's wait for maybe 5-10 seconds, and the automation which is working behind the scene is going to interact with ChatGPT, is going to interact with DALL-E, which is one of the OpenAI's model for image generation, and will create a beautifully created or crafted content over here for this particular post idea. Now, what this post idea is, it says it's a premium corporate gifting solution brand which is called Gifter, and the requirement is we wanted to create an engaging corporate focused content where we are like selling Diwali Delight gift hamper for 200 rupees per kind of a packet or kit, and we are offering this thing before Diwali to all of these people. See here. So this post content is created by AI by ChatGPT, and see, Facebook post content comes out like this with all the beautiful emojis, all the structure, even couple of hashtags over here. Instagram is good, and then as well as LinkedIn altogether over here. Plus, it would have generated a good image, I assume. Let's give it a try. Let's see what kind of image came out. But like fundamental image which says spreading joy for this Diwali with your team and so on, corporate gift hamper, and even it has bulk order available, perfect for candles, hardware, I think handcrafted premium decorations and so on. So this kind of a thing can come out in minutes, and I can do this with any of the ideas over there. Now, what it says, it is ready for review. And in case if I wanted to change any of the attributes over here in this entire post, see here, something went wrong. What it says, in case of Instagram post content, it says hashtag Diwali 2023. Why it is so? Because ChatGPT had data until 2023 only, right? It is trained or having the knowledge base. I supposed to change it to 2025, right? I just made a change, and now I can say approve and create post, and in no time it can take this entire thing to my Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn straight up without me touching any of those platforms. So let's see the magic. See here, it's already working over here. If I go to Instagram, let's click refresh for this particular page. Okay, did not came yet. Wow, it's still working on this particular automation. Let's give it one more refresh. Perfect. See here, in no time, this post came out just 9 seconds ago, which is like now itself, right? With all of these hashtags, and even I changed that hashtag called Diwali 2025, which got connected over or corrected over here. Same way, if I can go to to Facebook, let's see what happened over there. I can see lots of love and likes are coming in. Great. Okay, see guys, this post came on just now on Facebook as well without me touching this platform itself. And finally, if we go on LinkedIn, let's see, I'll go to view profile, I'll go to post section. Wow, someone already liked it. Amazing, you're so fast. See here, just now this post came out, the Diwali show appreciation to your team, gifters exclusive Diwali delight hampers for 200 rupees and so on. The well curated point by point content came out. It's all like because of the wonders of prompt and the whole requirement that I mentioned over there. But see, this is beautiful post coming out in no time, right? And obviously, if you train this, like, let me see who liked it. Who's that guy? Okay, Joydev Devnath, like super fast. He found out somehow, like this profile and everything. But yeah, see here. So this is the power of automation. And imagine if you had to curate or craft this post, even with the help of AI, you had to do it manually, right? And this would have taken minimum of at least 2 to 3 hours while you craft this image, you try, retry multiple times with GPT, as well as to curate content along with the AI by different prompts and different things. But over here, I can do like whatever number of posts I want, whatever number of content I want to generate, this can be done in no time, in seconds. So this is what we are going to learn how this entire thing happens. why these systems are working, how they're interconnected, how we maintain quality, what is API, how we are using GPT, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, everything behind the scene with the help of automation connectivity. And let me even reveal you what's working behind the scene. So this is called a make.com automation workflow, which is taking all the requests even for content generation as well as content distribution. My request to you guys, do not try to create account with Make, because I have something surprise for you. So here is a magic link which I'm going to reveal when we will start the practical session, and this link is going to give you approximately like 10,000 tasks free of cost with make.com. When we start the practicals, that time we'll create this account. So do not try to create your account for now, right? Are we good to get into the fundamental part now? Are you guys excited to see how all of these things are interconnected and how they're working together? Okay, plenty of yeses coming in. Going
Recording
to
in
be little
progress.
extensive, little in depth, but we'll set some context and also we'll get into the practicals in middle of the theory slides as well. So a quick disclaimer, many times I take these sessions and people come later on and they say, Manish, I missed one particular step, or I missed like how you connected this thing, that thing, or how to generate API keys and all. Request, please put your undivided attention. Even if you miss out a single thing, you will be in trouble. You'll not be able to find out, or you'll not be able to recognize or recover that. So please put your 100% attention. In case if you wanted to take, let's say, any sort of notes, pen paper is good, or you can take a screenshot. So that's there. And apart from that, this is just to set expectations. See, automation or AI, these kind of things are like, they are time taking stuff, right? When you learn them, it requires good amount of time, effort, and energy or dedication you put in there. I'm into this field for a couple of years, and that's how I became the person who's teaching you or who's mentoring you things now on this class. But the whole idea for this class is not to make you master in one go. The idea is to give you exposure to automations, and then you can start discovering, or let's say start exploring yourself, right? So just try to imagine or try to grab it like a good exposure you're getting about automation, which is building tools or which is building with the help of AI. Now, what we're going to cover here over here, one is obviously what is automation, why we do automation, because many people figure out or they even don't understand why or how they wanted to automate certain things in their business, in their day-to-day life, right? So we have to set up some context about it, why we are even doing automation or what is automation all about. Then we'll see how the coding based automation looks like, how the no code things look like, and then we'll have a quick introduction to make.com, show you why even I choose this particular tool, and then we'll have a quick introduction to automation, and then we'll have a quick introduction to make.com, show you why even I choose this particular tool, and then we'll have a quick introduction to automation, and then we'll have a quick introduction to make.com, and then we'll have a quick introduction to automation, and then we'll have a quick introduction to make.com, and then we'll have a quick introduction to automation, and then we'll have a quick introduction to make.com, and then we'll have a quick introduction to automation, and then we'll have a quick introduction to make.com, and then we'll have a quick introduction to automation, and then we'll have a quick introduction to make.com, and then we'll have a quick introduction to automation, and then we'll have a quick introduction to make.com, and then we'll have a quick introduction to
Recording in progress.
my team built over 10,000 automation workflows in last couple of years. I'll show you a couple of good automation workflow, the real use cases as well. And we are a make.com gold, but now a platinum partner with Make. So one of the leading company in automation, no code, low code, I would say, across the global level, right? Now, let's get into some realization point, or let's try to understand what we do in day in, day out, and why we even need automation, right? If we look out our life, if we audit our life, see what you find is either you're a working professional or a business owner, you have to perform certain type of task. Let's say these tasks can be divided into, let's say, if you're working into marketing management, you have to perform certain tasks like do ideation about a marketing campaign, then generate content, do that content publish, generate leads, do that report analysis, and again go back with your improvement, with your findings to ideation part. In case if you're into finance, you have to handle invoice creation, accounting, payment management, even stock updates, and so many other things. In case if you're into sales, operations, or business management, you have certain tasks defined for you, right? So everyone has a particular responsibility, and there is a process aligned to it, and you have to complete the process to achieve certain results, right? Now, what happens when you start a business, when you start a new role? You feel energetic, you feel really good because you are getting into new responsibility, you are getting into new learnings. But after a certain point of time, when you think you have to get to the next level, you have to uplift yourself, what happens? You find a roadblock, because with the same amount of time and effort, you have to complete more, right? So you take more tasks, and what happens? Your volume increases, but you can't settle down, right? You ultimately like feel, okay, earlier I was doing 10 tasks, now I have to supposed to do, let's say, 15 things, and I still have same resources. And what happens is you feel overwhelmed. At time we lose vision, and like that's a kind of end of state, right? We are lost in our day-to-day life, in our day-to-day responsibilities. And why that happened? First of all, this situation is obviously a discouraging situation, because why we lose vision, why we lose vision, right? So if you're doing, let's say, imagine a cashier in the bank. If that cashier is supposed to count notes every day, he's not adding any true value to the life, right? That thing can be done with a machine as well, right? So the repetition becomes a kind of fatigue, it becomes a kind of repetitive activity, a no-brainer thing after a certain point of time, and even our humanistic value also goes down. What we are adding value to that particular process as a human, right? And finally, the most frustrating part is that thing, if you're doing manual again and again and again, that still consumes same amount of time and effort. Whenever you repeat that particular cycle, you repeat that particular process, right? Now, what if we could have a robot, if we have some sort of assistant, some sort of helping hand that can help us to get these things done? That's already there. You see, Tesla is building robots, Boston Dynamics is building robots, and we all see humanoid robots are already there in market. But they can do most of our mechanical stuff, right? Day-to-day tasks which we perform with our hands and with our different, let's say, execution tools. But when it comes to intellectual task, there is still automation missing out. So in case we have to create this kind of content, you still have to go to GPT, you'll still have to go to distribution channels and populate that content on various platforms, right? It can be anything else. If you have to create an invoice, that's supposed to be done while an accountant sitting on the system. So robots are there to help you on the mechanical part, but the intellectual part is still somewhere missing out. And that's what so much frustrating as well, right? So how this situation can be overcome? The simple answer is we can build automation workflows, like obviously not dumb workflows, but intelligent workflow with logics, with rules, with the right process, and that can help us to get to the next level. That can help us to free so much time, increase our productivity, efficiency, save us a lot of time, effort, as well as it can help us to scale ourselves with the same amount of resources or even less resources, that you can accomplish more and more. How a cashier can just put the entire bunch of notes inside a machine, and he may be able to count, let's say, 10,000 notes in just 1 minute or 2 minutes time, right? Versus if he has to do that manually, it would have taken like 5-10 minutes to do the same activity, right? So with the help of automation, we can achieve the next level of scale, next level of productivity. Couple of other benefits, obviously, it makes your business available 24/7, or your availability, personal availability as such, and the whole process become more robust, less human intervention, that means less errors. So that's what automation can do for you in your intellectual process. I'm not talking about the robotic part, right? But we need to understand what different types of automations exist in market, because when we see there are RPAs there, robotic process automation, already being built in the industrial age. So you would have seen footage from any assembly plant, or let's say manufacturing units, or maybe packaging plants, where different machines comes together and they do certain activity to like complete a particular task or complete a particular conveyor belt activity, right? So that is called RPA, robotic process automation. The second type of automation that exists in market is something called computer-based physical task automation, where any of the things which you interact with your system, with your computer on a recurring basis, or I would say on a kind of manual way, which is predefined, like data entry, like form filing, like any sort of data scraping, those things are these days getting automated as well, right? So large BPOs, KPOs, data entry centers, they are doing things automated with the help of controlling the whole computer screen, and things can be automated. These steps can be repeated all the time. And the third part over here, that is what we are going to discuss today. Our agenda about this automation is something called software based task automation, and this is the intellectual part of the whole automation cycle, right? So in case if you're doing any task on any software, we will be able to automate that with the help of the automation tools or the process that we're going to learn today in this entire session, right? So these are essentially three types of automation. What we are going to talk about today is something called software task automation, right? Now, from the understanding of or ideation of how any business, any person, any department works, and how that process are being set up, I built up this kind of a basic understanding where I divided things into three era or three phases or three worlds, right? So about 20 years ago, we were into an age of third world where we were doing everything manually, like with pen, paper, with hands. You have to do certain things, like say even if you have to write a email, not email actually, an mail to someone, you just open a postcard and then write it somewhere. If you have to raise an invoice to someone, you open that khata book, take a pen, like just do your entire invoicing part. If you have to raise a purchase order, the same thing happens in the same way. So everything was happening manually. Then we moved to the second world where we are standing today, and this is the era where the pen paper took or maybe taken over by the softwares. So these days, if you perform any activity, that's happening through different softwares, right? So in case if I have to send an email, Gmail is there. If you have to send a WhatsApp message to someone, SMS, WhatsApp, Telegram can be used. If you are going to raise an invoice to someone, purchase order, there are accounting systems available, there are marketing tools available, there are AI available, and so many other things, right? So software took place of the pen paper, but we are heading to another advanced world, right? Before that, I would like to do a quick attention check from you guys. How many of you can quickly do this activity? Identify at least one similarity between these two worlds, the third world and the second world. You would have played these kind of quiz, right? In a school or maybe in a newspaper. Find difference, find similarities. Yes, 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 yes. Many of you people are identifying really right, perfect way. So it is actually the human who's involved into both the worlds. When we were into third world, we were actually doing that activity, sitting ourselves as a human with pen and paper. Now in the second world today also, whatever we do, we are doing it with the help of with the softwares, but we have to be there. We have to operate them. So even if you're using ChatGPT, an AI tool, still you have to operate that. Now, where we are heading to? We are heading to a complete different world that is called the first world, and that's where things are going to get automated, and we can replace ourselves with any boring, any sort of repetitive or clerical task which we are not supposed to be part of, right? So, in the first world, things will be taken care by integration of softwares. Software can talk to each other, they can control each other, and even with the help of AI involvement, we can build AI agents, we can build AI enabled automation workflows. So AI can take care of the intellectual part as well. What our job will be? Essentially, we have to supervise things, we have to plan them, we have to build the strategy, and we have to get things done with the help of AI and automation. So that is going to be the actual work of a human to apply brain and build value, right? So that's where we are heading to, and that's what we are going to discuss today, how we are going to move from the second world to the first world citizens who are automation friendly, who are AI friendly, and who are going to do more intellectual things as compared to the daily clerical things. Now, there can be a big question with many of the non-techies, right? At least techies would know how to do, and even Funny said a couple of keywords earlier, right? There's a big question how a software can control another software, because without achieving that control, we cannot do any automation. If my Google Sheet cannot work with ChatGPT, we can't build that automation that we built right earlier. Or if my Google Sheet cannot talk to Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, in that case will not be able to post anything on those platforms. So there is a connectivity, there is an important part called connectivity or controlling of these systems, of these softwares. Now, how to control them? Because so far what we know is something called UI, like how I'm doing anything on this particular screen. I have a keyboard, I have a mouse, and I'm just keep on moving things here and there, so the slides are keep on changing, right? But without me touching the system, there should be some way, otherwise we'll not be able to build automations, right? So essentially there are two ways to control any system. So far what we know is something called UI, the user interface, right? I'm a user. Who's the user? The human, the person who's sitting on the system is actually a user, and there is an interface built for them. Let's say whatever you wanted to do, certain actions on a particular software, interface is there, buttons are there, certain actions are there. You go click on them and they do certain things for you. So that is called user interface. But at the same time, there is something called a hidden door, a back door, or there is a more in-rooted way of controlling systems that is called API. And what is API built for? It's called Application Programming Interface. So when any application has to connect or control any X given software, then it's supposed to use API, not the regular keyboard, mouse, and the screen, right? Because they are not humans, they are not users, right? So other systems control any system using the API method. And you already heard like API key or some sort of API documentation with ChatGPT, with AI, and so other tools. So this automation part will be done completely using the API. We are going to ignore fully the user interface. Like we don't have to interact with any of the UI as such, right? Now, how many of you recognize this particular screen? Which software is that? Quickly on the comments. Yes, many of you are giving a right answer. It's actually the Gmail which we use day in day out in our regular life. Now, about Gmail, we have certain things available over here. So for example, in case you have to write an email to someone, you can simply click on write new email, click on this compose button, and your window will open where you can put the to address, subject line, some sort of content, and then hit send, email will go. In case if you have to, let's say, reply or emojis or something, you can do right over here itself. So this is a good example of UI. This is how we control Gmail with a user interface. But there is another method that we talk about that is called API. Now let's try to understand this with a very basic day-to-day life example. What is API and where this stands for, or what API does actually? So in case, let's say, if you wanted to eat something, you're hungry, you go to a restaurant and you order something there, right? To whom we are going to call? It's actually the waiter who you call and you say, I want to eat something, right? Waiter has a menu card which says, okay, I have all these dishes available. Which one you wanted to eat? Then you place an order. Waiter confirm that order, and this waiter takes this order to the chef in the kitchen, right? Chef prepare that order, give it back to the waiter, and then waiter is going to deliver the order on your table. So essentially, this waiter who's coordinating between the chef and you is something called API in world of like when we are interacting with different applications. So imagine this: if you're operating Gmail, this kind of a UI, this Gmail is not hosted on your local system, right? It is working somewhere on a cloud-based server or somewhere on the California or let's say New York-based server where Gmail or Google servers are hosted, and whole email service is being operated from there. But how do you interact with that? You sit on a browser. When you open your Gmail, you say, okay, I want to send an email. Then Gmail says, I want to address, subject line, some body content, maybe some sort of attachment if you want to add, and then hit send. As soon as you do that, the browser request will be taken care by the API, which is sitting just behind your browser screen. And this API validate all the details, and then it send this whole detail to Google servers, the Gmail servers, which are sitting on any other country or a particular data center. The Google server also checks whether your request is good, ready to process, you have all the authentication authorizations available. If yes, it is going to give it a shot, it will complete your request, give confirmation back to the API, and API finally present that particular request as successful, completed, email sent, and so on your browser. Right? So this is the whole hierarchy. And the middle layer, which is the waiter, in this case, is called the API. So now imagine if you can directly interact with the API or with the waiter, we don't even have to go to the restaurant itself. Right? These days you can directly correlate with something called Swiggy, Zomato, those kind of platforms, or any instant food delivery applications. So those apps, what they do, you don't have to go to the restaurant. You can directly talk to the creator, or let's say the preparer of the particular dish or the particular goods, whatever you want to order, right? So that is what API does for us. Now, do you guys wanted to see a quick live demonstration of API? How it looks like in the real life? Quick yeses on the chat. Okay, perfect. Many people are getting in. Let's see here. And this is something called Gmail for our company. It's admin@growstacks, what we have email address. Now, on your keyboard, if you have a key that is called F12, right? Function 12. If I press that, see what happens? There is a window opens up like this, right? And within this, there is something called network. So what network does? Whatever requests are being exchanged between my user interface, this particular UI, and the server are being tracked over here. So if I just clean it up for now and see, if I click on this particular email, see what happens? Just to open this email to grab content, these many API calls are being fired from my particular screen, and within the milliseconds, or I would say nanoseconds, they all got fulfilled by Google server, which says, okay, I want to see this content. Here is the content. Here is the entire payroll report, so and so. There is attachment and everything. But see what's happened. What happened behind the scene? These many API calls, almost 100 plus API calls, were sent from this particular screen to Google server, and in no time they all were responded by Google server with this particular let's say information. So what they did actually, if I zoom in a little bit, see here, it says the request is being sent to mail.google.com. Here is the entire URL. The request method is post, 200 is okay, that means like it got the information. There are a couple of headers and so other things, right? There is a payload, there is a preview, response, and so other things. But it is not humanly possible to like just decode everything from here, and even 100 API calls is too much. If I compose an email, see what happens. Let's say, let's clean it up. I send an email to someone, let's say Manish@growstacks, and I'll say hello. See, while I'm doing this, so many things are happening behind the scene. And if I just click send, furthermore, API calls are being triggered right behind the screen itself. And this is not limited to Gmail. It happens everywhere. So if I click on this one, let's say, for example, LinkedIn, I press F12 over here, and I simply go to my profile, right? See, these many API calls with linkedin.com and then certain API endpoint. And this is how it is getting all the information connected with the main screen with the UI. Now, how this is being possible, and what if we can hijack this API part? Then we don't have to go to screen this kind of interface, right? I don't have to click anywhere. It can straightforward come and then simply pick what I wanted to choose, any action, and I can get that action automated. So either I can go with the hijacking method, or what these software companies did is they realized like people wanted to automate their things. People wanted to automate their email, their LinkedIn, their respective things, right? Not limited to only these platforms. What they thought is, instead of hiding APIs, instead of making them like behind the cover, we should help our users, we should help our customers to automate their actions, to automate their, let's say, whatever API usage they wanted to do. So what they came up with, they documented this entire API part in a very neat, clean way on their websites or somewhere on the footer section or something. And there you can go, and if the software company provides you API access, or if they have APIs available, they generally disclose that API documentation. So without hustling into this F12, this entire navigation and all, users can directly go and access to those APIs, learn about them, understand about them, how to use them, what is the usage, charges, pricing, and so other things, and then automation can come in the picture. So essentially, where you can find the API for any particular software, the first source is the software company website. Now, either you can go to the home page at the footer section, or maybe there's something called API section, developer section, resource section, and there you can find the API documentation. Or if you don't find it there on the website, then you can do a simple Google search. So for example, if I wanted to search for Gmail APIs, I can just type in Gmail API documentation. See here, I already have something in search, and there it goes, says developer.google.com Gmail API overview. So if I click on this, let's see what happens. See, I got this whole Gmail API overview coming in like this. It says the Gmail API is RESTful API that can be used to access Gmail mailboxes, send email for most application and so on. So what all things I can do with them, label, even draft can be controlled from there. And in case if I wanted to go with a specific endpoint, a specific action, they are all mentioned over here. Right? So let's say if I click on create and send email, I can simply go here, create draft, send email, and so on. And that's how we can read, understand, and use this API documentation, right? See here, all the methods, everything is being written like this. Now, how the API look like, I just shown you. Different endpoint, different actions that we want to take inside any system are denoted by different methods, or how would I say, let's say different tags. So let's say in case if you wanted to work with Gmail, what we can do with Gmail. Before that, we have to understand one more very basic fundamental. See, if you're using any particular software, that software has an objective, like why it is being built. So for example, Gmail is built for sending or exchanging emails with someone else. WhatsApp is built for, let's say, exchanging the messages. In case if you use LinkedIn, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, they are built for social networking where people can do post and those can see other people's post as well. So essentially, every software has an objective, has a goal to achieve. And along with that, they also have like what is the underlying task they are doing or what is the underlying activity they are focusing on. So mostly it is a single activity, what any software would focus. So that particular activity is called a record. For example, in case of Gmail, the email is a record. So when you send an email to someone, there is a new record created inside Gmail database, right? Or if someone else send you mail, they actually create a record inside Gmail database, and then you will be able to see that particular record on your screen. If you're creating a post on social media, every post is a record inside Facebook's database or LinkedIn's database, right? The people can see, they can access, and they can review it. Like different functionalities are different thing, but we are talking about the database level. So what API help us is create or control all of these records right from any software database itself. So for example, if you wanted to create a record, then there is an API method called post method, right? And records can be inserted, created inside the software. For example, if I have to create an invoice inside my accounting system, that means I want to create a new record, which is called invoice inside my system. Then we can view or retrieve any record which is already created inside the system. We can update them, we can delete them, we can search with a particular given criteria or conditions, or we can list multiple records, and finally even certain more advanced method updated or created any system like any other way or automation workflow and all. So that is called done by take going on Facebook. What all things you can do? You can either create a post, you can view someone's post. If you already created a post, you can update the content, you can delete them, you can search someone's post, and that's it, right? Or you can list all the posts which are applies to Google Sheet. Same thing applies to any accounting system, any software you use in your day-to-day life. So that's what APIs can do. And as you see very limited options which can be done over here or maybe on Facebook, Instagram, somewhere. But otherwise, if you're using APIs, you can do much more than this because this Gmail screen has to be maintained in a way where the user experience goes really good and you don't have to be like suffering here and there, multiple options, multiple things. So they have to maintain the human user experience. But in case of API, it's all coding, it's all backend, it's all done by the applications. So they don't have to bother about maintaining a particular experience or particular, let's say, way of working. It can be done like with much more functionalities directly straightforward into the softwares. So that's what APIs can do with the system. Now, another very important question here. Do you have to pay for API? Why this question comes? Let's try to understand first. The fundamental is, if imagine I give you a task where I say you have to send emails to 500 people manually setting on Gmail interface. Let's say you go here, click on compose, put to address, put subject line, put the whole body and send emails. In an ideal situation, it may take you 1 minute for every single email. Still, you will be end up spending 8 hours without any break to send those 500 emails, right? But what if I tell you, use Gmail APIs and so send those 500 emails? This can happen in less than 10 minutes as well. Because softwares, we can add more and more functionality, more capabilities, more servers to get things done, and we are directly working with Gmail APIs. So essentially, it is just creating records inside Gmail. As soon as we push any request, it will be sent to whatever number of people we wanted to run through. So with the automation, with the API, the whole thing, which used to take 5 hours, can be done in 10 minutes. But what will be the implication of this? Imagine if everyone or most of the people start doing that, the Gmail servers will get extra load, so much of the extra load, and they'll not be able to, like, they may burn out, they'll not be able to handle that much things, right? So what most of the software companies say is, if you are using our API for the automation purpose, the first limitation or the first concern for them is you become limitless, you can do much more in less time or much more usage of their system. And the second is they're giving you an additional functionality, additional facility within their system, so you don't have to come to their respective user interface, no need to open the software, you can get things done automatically. So most of the companies, when they come up with APIs, they say we are going to charge you something, or we are going to put certain cap or certain, let's say, threshold on the usage of API itself. So all depends upon different software, the provider of the software, or the objective of that particular software, that whether they wanted to charge any extra money, any extra fees for the API, or they wanted to simply go ahead and say, okay, that's fine, you can use it for free, right? So different models are there. Essentially, we can categorize them into three parts. One is called the free, second is freemium, third is called paid, right? So in case of free models, you don't have to pay anything extra for the API usage, but still software companies do a close watch who is using how many of API calls and whether system is being abused or it is being used in a good faith. Second is a freemium thing, where it is included within your regular plan, where you pay for subscription, let's say a CRM or something, or they can limit number of actions and after a certain point of time they wanted to charge for it. And the third is APIs are chargeable, fully paid, where software companies does not give you any API usage. They say if you want to start using, you'll have to pay money for it. So essentially, see here a couple of things. Free examples are Instagram provide free APIs for business account. Facebook also provide for pages, business account or professional accounts. In case of Zoho CRM, they don't charge you any extra money for API, but they include that into their regular subscription. And there are plenty of such examples, right? So you can just go and explore like which software has what kind of pricing. Second is freemium is a good example of Gmail itself. For free Google account, they discourage the usage of API, but still with certain hacks, you can try to or you can get the access of personal Gmail account API as well. In case of G Suite, if it is a paid account, the API access is pretty straightforward. One click, APIs will be connected. And the paid examples are over here. You can see WhatsApp Business Cloud. So if you're using WhatsApp Business official API, you have to pay for every single message you send or receive using WhatsApp API, or SMS services, or any AI model, GPT and all. They are all charging for API from the first request itself, right? So you have to pay money while you're using their API accesses. Now, let's go back to this Gmail example and let's try to access or understand their API documentation. You can see here what happens. It says you wanted to send an email using APIs. It's all there. You can say there are two ways to use Gmail API. One is called send.message.send or draft.send. If you have something in draft, that can be sent directly, or you can create a new message and that can also be sent directly from the Gmail API. Then it says emails are supposed to be in base 64 URL encoded within the property of message resource and so on. And then furthermore, when you come here, it says if you want to create this message or use this Gmail API, there are two ways how you handle this or how you can get this request done. One is you can go with a whole Python script. And here's the endpoint of this API. Over here, it says import base64 from email.message, import email message, and so other things. Now, some of you people would wonder, Manish, this is plain English. We can read this, but we can't understand this because it is all written in a Python language structure, right? No worries, there is something called Java as well, right? So in case if you're Java friendly, you can go here. But again, most of people will say we can read this, but we are not the coders. We haven't learned Java or Python or any other coding language in our life. And because of that, we can't use this entire API structure. Whatever is being written here, it's all alien language. We don't understand this. We can't use it. And that's absolutely right. Now, some smart folks will tell me, Manish, we have the power of AI. We can simply put this entire thing into GPT or Claude or somewhere else and make this code working absolutely for us, like whatever way we wanted. We can get the help of AI, right? Still, there is a second roadblock that even if you can figure out this entire thing, the whole message, whole structuring, everything, you will still need some sort of a server, some sort of a script hosting, like where this whole code is going to run. So there has to be a server, there has to be a machine, there has to be some sort of cloud facility which should run this entire code. You should be able to maintain that, you should be able to overview it, error handling, and so many other things. And that's a big roadblock because most of the people do not have that proficient knowledge or expert knowledge of coding languages, and as well as you can't put the tech infrastructure and even maintain this API connections, right? So what can be done in that case? You would have all heard a good saying over here I mentioned. It's called Avashyakta Avishkar ki Janani hai. There's something called necessity is the mother of invention. And that's what many people found almost a decade ago. This whole thing started. So people found, or some entrepreneurs, some good minds, they found an opportunity in the Western world, obviously, that software companies started publishing API, but they are all developer friendly. They are all written in Java, like JavaScript, Python, Java, and so on. At the same time, there are users, there are people who are either SMEs, small businesses, individuals, entrepreneurs, professionals who wanted to automate their things, who don't want to touch their software but get things done, but still they don't know such things, like they don't know how to operate API. And there is a middle layer that is called developers. So you can go with freelancers, you can go with IT companies, automation companies, or developers to get these things done. But most of the time, you may find it, your assignment or your project is too small. Like something what I shown you now itself. You wanted to make a social media post content and publish it across all the platforms. But this use case you can't take to a developer, you can't take to a big IT firm because they'll not even take it as a project. Or freelancers can do a job but not reliable as such. So what can be done in this case? And there are plenty of people who wanted to automate their things. So how to build something which can bridge this gap where non-tech people can come and they can build their own automation solutions. So that's where the emerge of no-code, low-code automation tools happened. And here are a couple of popular names. We are missing one of them. I would love if you can comment here. But starting from here, there is something called Zapier. Came in market almost 12 years ago, was one of the initial leaders in the market, and currently used by almost 3 million plus organizations across the globe. Then there is something, a latent trend called make.com, but because of its user interface, the whole experience and the whole easiness, this took a good pace in market. And again, the second market leader, I would say, these days. Make is a Czech Republic company acquired by US-based company, and now it is flourishing to good level. Microsoft also joined the race. They launched something called Power Automate. Then there are other platforms, Kissflow, Automate.io, Pabbly, and so on. Can you guys tell me which most popular platform these days, at least from last 6 months, I'm missing here? Yes, most of you are right. That is called N8N, which took a good hype, which is open source as well. Took a good hype because of their AI agentic capabilities. I did not include that here intentionally because I want to check who all are aware. But there's something called N8N. Now, all of these platforms, and even if you do a quick Google search, you may find more than 500 such platforms available today in the market. But you may have a big question like, Manish, how should I choose which platform is relevant for me or which is right for my business, for my learning, for my automation needs, right? What I did is actually I created 4 basic points what you should always consider before choosing the right automation platform. The first one is reliability. Why it is important? Because when you start automating things, it's kind of a fun activity, right? You may just automate certain fun project, basic level things and all. But after a certain point of time, you realize that automation is actually working out for your business, for your process. It is saving you time, effort, money. Then you start building automation for your critical processes as well. And in that case, your business has heavy dependency or critical dependency on that automation platform that you would have chosen. So reliability is very important, because it's as good as like you are hiring a new person, or I would say the most important person in your team, and that should appear every day in the office. If it doesn't, then your business can collapse or it can just get on a halt. Second is pricing part. Always think long term. So how much it is going to cost to run automation, to build automation, to engage any professional, any sort of builders, or how much I have to spend for a day-to-day management of this entire automation platform. If it is less than human effort cost, I would recommend to go with automation. If it is more than human effort, I would always recommend hire someone who's a human instead of building automations. The third stuff is the platform should be easy to learn and understand, or even use as well. Why so? This is another very, very important thing you should give a good emphasis. See, if you choose a platform which seems good, but you can learn it, let's say you almost 6,000 people over here in this call, you guys are first mover, you guys are initiative taker people, right? You can learn technologies quickly, you can learn this entire automation quickly, but what happened after a certain point of time? You wanted to scale automations within your own business, or you want to hand it over to someone else. And imagine if the platform is not handy to learn new things. What will happen by the new people? What will happen? You will get into a trap. You will become an automation engineer in your own company, in your own department, because there is no second person who can take responsibility of automations that you built or you wanted to get built furthermore in the future, right? So always think of platform which is good, easy to operate and understand by the next people who are going to handle this. And the last part is obviously scalability. So these days, AI and various tools are taking a good pace. Every day there is something new coming in, which you may want to implement in your business process. And your automation a tool should be able to accommodate that particular new tool which is coming in, or new software which is coming in into your process. If it doesn't do, then your process will be broken. Halfway it is automated, halfway you're still doing it manually. So even when you choose softwares, try to see if they have APIs available or not, the first question. And second is, does your automation platform has capability to accommodate that particular software APIs, or connect with them and even make that particular part also working automatically. So these are four very, very important points you should always emphasize on. Now, from my whole experience, what I chose for this particular class, for this particular teaching, is something called make.com. Not because we are make partners or something. Like genuinely, it is a good platform to start your automation journey. And after that, you can take it to more complex platform like N10 or Microsoft Power Automate or something else, right? But to start your journey, you should have a neat, clean interface. You should have a easy to understand modules, easy to understand structure, and kind of versatility, right? So because of that, I chose Make. There are obviously a couple of other reasons. It is almost 20 times less expensive than Zapier. It got custom API connectors, it got easy data handling, complete visualization, and so many other things. So we are going to see this in next session when we have hands-on experience on make.com building this automation workflow. Now, just to set one more clear context or expectation, you should know what can be automated and what cannot be automated. Why important? Because if you try something which cannot be, you may end up where you see, I think automation is not for my business, not for me, not for, let's say, my processes, right? Because you may be trying it on the wrong wall itself, on the wrong direction itself. So always think of a couple of points. First of all, you should always check if your software has API available or not. If it does not have, you should not, or essentially not be able to build a seamless automation workflow. That is one thing. Second is, alongside this, you should also have a repetitive process in place. Let's say if you're trying to build something, or maybe automating a process which you have to execute only once a month, then there is no point in building automation there itself. At the same time, finally, you should have a process in place, right? First is repetitive process, and along with that, you should have a process. Now, what do we call a process? Something which has a predefined rules, steps, logics, conditions to follow to achieve a predefined outcome, right? So that's where I say you should have a process first and then try to build the automation. If you don't have a process, you directly get into automation platform and then you'll be doing two things, and that's a good recipe for failure, I would say. If you go without preparation, there are two things that will happen while you're building the automation. One, you have to think about all the logics, all the condition, all the thought process, how to and what you're going to build. And second is you'll be applying mind to build that actual automation itself, right? And it's a dangerous combination. Don't ever do that. It will be good waste of time, effort, money, and even your motivation as well. So always first build a process, build complete flowchart, some sort of a document, have clarity what you're getting into, and then go and touch the automation platform itself. Now, what cannot be done or what cannot be automated? Wherever you have human decision making, you need any sort of human intervention, reviews or something, you should not build automation. Otherwise, it will be unnecessary extra lag where you have to go and again do the same activity. Or if the software APIs are not available, don't try to build automation. Try to find out another software for the same work which has good API docs available. Finally, a quick checklist of the automation. Some points are repeating here as well. You should always build a quick checklist of all the softwares, all the apps that are involved into a particular process. Check if the APIs are available. And the second, check if the APIs are paid or free. Sometime I saw some software cost you, let's say, a normal subscription, $10, $20 a month, right? But when you go for their APIs, they may charge you $100 just for the API access. And that becomes infeasible, right? You don't want to spend that much money just to access the API part. So in that case, always check APIs are available, and APIs are available for what kind of pricing, free, paid, partial, and so on. And finally, you should also build a good flowchart. Maybe pen paper is more than good. You don't have to go with fancy flowcharts, but have logics, steps predefined, and then get into the automation workflow. Now, with that being said, we are done with the theory part, and I hope I did not bore you, or I hope you are still awake, not sleep. Who all are awake? Just comment awake. We are. Yes, awesome. Great. Many of you folks. Amazing, guys. So, let's get into the practical part of the automation. And what I can do is, to start your automation journey, I can share you a make.com link over here where you can create your account and get 10,000 operations for free. And this will be a good start. There is no obligation. You don't have to attach any credit card, any payment method or something. And we are also not going to get any benefit as such. It's just a partner link which may give to all the gold partners, all the platinum partners, where they can share for any new onboardings. And feel free, in case if you wanted to change your automation platform later on, go to Zapier, Anytime, or maybe Power Automate, wherever you wanted to go, you can do. But for now, in case if you want to build this automation along with me, or you want to experience automation, you can go with Make, right? That's a quick recommendation. Now, let's get into the space. So I can open a new window, and here is the link that I shared with you. So I can just come here, and I'll say, the link goes like this, make.com, register, and see here, you will see something called special offer, get 1 month free pro plan, and so on. Again, I'm telling you, you don't have to pay anything. You don't even have to attach any credit card or something. It's fairly straightforward. Go and sign up. I'll tell you more about the how your long-term journey goes and what Make offers you. But essentially, there are a couple of ways how you automate, how you sign up over here. One is called Google sign up, fairly straightforward. You can do Facebook sign up as well, or GitHub. If you're a developer, you have GitHub account, you can directly log in from here itself. Else, you can put your name, email, password. And then there are two important things which you should emphasize on. The first is, you see, something called hosting reason. Now, what is this hosting reason and why we have to choose this? So, you all would have heard there is something called data security law or data, protection law and so on. So, different countries, different territories have their own legal framework or law related to people or business data security. In case of Europe, there is something called GDPR. In case of US, there are plenty of them, something called SOC 2, or there is a HIPAA compliance and so on. So Make is a platform which is working with most of these developed countries, and what their government want, what their law want is, if you're dealing with US people, with US healthcare record, US financial records, or US people data, you should keep that data into US-based data centers, US-based servers, right? If you're dealing with Europe, you should follow the GDPR compliances, and data should be maintained within the European territory itself. So in those two territories, those two geography, if you are coming from there, and if you wanted to comply your data security along with these law, you can choose the right territory. So you can either choose US or you can choose European Union over here, right? In case if you're from Africa, Asia, any other part of the world, in that case, it does not make any difference. You can choose any one of them. There is no difference in terms of pricing. The features, speed, experience, it's all same, right? It's just about the data security or data hosting on that particular region. Now, along with this, you should also choose your country. Why it is important? Because this country is going to define your time zone. Imagine, let's say, if you have to send an email to someone every day at 10 a.m., or maybe you wanted to post a social media thing every day at 10 a.m. But who's 10 a.m.? Is it India time? Is it US time? Is it UK time? Or so on. So, based upon your country selection, the platform will follow that particular time zone. So, if I select India, it's going to follow Indian Standard Time, which is my actual time at 10 a.m. If you select US, it's going to be like your midnight, the post will go out, right? So essentially, you should follow these things. They're very much important. Now, once you're done with this, you will land on an interface or dashboard like this. Let me open here. Okay, perfect. It's loading. Perfect. See here. So once you are inside make.com, you will land on an interface like this, where you see this entire dashboard and couple of important things. One is this dashboard has the plan information which you may have, and there are two chart and graph which are available over here. One is called operation, second is called data transfer, and this entire line chart shows you your day-to-day usage, like how much you use this platform on a daily basis. Now there is a key term that is called operations. I'm going to give you a quick I would say understanding or assignment. You should tell me the answer of it, right? So let's say I have a process and I'm your client, right? For example, let's say I'm your client. I come to you and I say, I have an idea which I parked inside a Google Sheet and you have to do certain things for me, right? Your job is to tell me how many steps you will have to follow to perform that whole activity. So what you have to follow actually essentially is, I say I parked a particular posting idea, maybe some sort of thought inside a Google Sheet. Your job is to go to that Google Sheet, grab that particular idea, then create me a good looking post content, create me a good looking image, and then put both the things back into the same Google Sheet for my review. What do you think? How many steps you have to follow, or how many different tasks you have to follow in that entire process? Can you guys quickly comment? I hope you got understanding, right? It was not that difficult. Okay. Many people says 4, 5, 3, 6, 7, 10. Okay. Getting in. Perfect. The great. I really appreciate you have all involved. You have participated like this. Good, crazy. You have good attention over here. So the answer is essentially 4 steps. Why 4? Once I once I post something in the Google Sheet as my idea, your job first of all to get into that Google Sheet and grab that idea text, right? So you have to get it from the sheet itself. Second is you will go to the particular AI model. It can be GPT, it can be something else. Put it along with a prompt to generate content for social media, right? That's the second step. Third step is you have to generate an image from that idea content along with the prompt, whatever you created. So image generation, third part. And the fourth part is you have both content as well as image. You have to put this content image back into the Google Sheet. That should happen like obviously once. So these are 4 essential steps you have to follow to complete this whole process. Now, what Make does is Make essentially is going to do the same thing for you. It's going to talk to all of these softwares, pass the data, pass your idea, prompt, everything, and get things done across multiple systems. So what they say, for each of these tasks, each of these steps to follow, they call it an operation. Operation means they are interacting, executing certain things with that particular software. So what they say, whatever plan you choose, whatever these 10,000 credits you have, operations you have, these are essentially 10,000 tasks you can get executed by make.com. Right, and then later on, if you wanted to buy, you can buy and so on. So this chart or this graph indicates is I currently have total 20,000 tasks or operations available with me. Out of that, I already consumed 2,895 credits or tasks being consumed to do certain activities, certain automation workflow that runs on my account. Not necessarily only the social media, it can be anything else. So it can be something like let's say invoice creation, it can be something about email management, and so on. Various things are there. So this is what it says, how many operations I have and how many I consumed. Now, along with this, make also track the data transfer. So it says how much data is being transmitted while you're performing all these activity, all these software exchange. So that is being also tracked. By default, I have 10 GB of data. With every 10,000 tasks, you get 5 gigabytes of data transfer. But you see here, even if I consume 14% of the total operations, it is just 31 megabytes of data being transferred, which is almost 0% of the actual usage. And it remains hardly 1% or 0% all the time, because most of these applications are working with content-based data, not any multimedia as such. Right? So that's what it showed. Now, in terms of users, you can onboard whatever number of people you want from your organization. You can see here, I onboarded many of them. So Make does not charge you anything for your number of users. It is all bothered or concerned about number of operations being used on their platform, right? So they are charging only for the operations. You can add whatever number of users you want on the platform as per your wish, and everyone can work on the same account. They don't have to create multiple accounts if they're working in the same department or same company. Then there is something called subscription. Something important over here. So by default, Make has a free subscription forever, where it gives you 1000 tasks for every month, like endless lifetime. So you can even automate your basic things for free. You don't have to pay anything to Make. In case if you want to go with any paid plan, you have higher usage, you can go with a basic plan called $10 for 10,000 tasks to be done, right? Or $20, like $18 for 20,000 tasks, and so on. So I have organizations as my clients who are even using 4 million, 5 million tasks to be done every month, and they are paying about $5,000 to Make every month basis, right? So if they have to hire someone to perform those many activities, this would have cost them even $50,000 a month. So those things are being done, or that scale Make is being used. Now, along with this, they have a couple of plans. It's called Core Plan, Pro Plan, Teams, and Enterprise. You essentially don't have to go with any of them. The core idea, the main idea is you can have 99% of your task done with this core plan itself. So even if you choose to pay to Make, you can simply go with core plan. You don't need Pro or Teams or Enterprise at all, right? So just go with that. It's a kind of pro tip. Now, once you're done with this, there is something called scenarios over here. So scenarios actually are automation workflow that we build inside make.com. And that is the most important section where we should go and look out our automation workflows, build them, manage them, edit them, and so on. So if I click on here, let's have a look. See, many of the automation workflows are currently already turned on. See, by default, they are, wherever it's called toggle on, it is turned on, and otherwise, most of them are also turned off as well, right? So essentially, you can toggle them on and off right from here itself. Then Make gives you a folder level structuring. So over here, you can put any sort of folders by department, by people, by process, and so on, and everyone can park their respective automation workflows inside the particular folder, right? So they can have this kind of a structuring for a proper management of the workflows. Now the most important part comes in. Here is a button called create scenario, right? So this is the most important part where we are going to interact with Make. We are going to build automation workflows and will get things happen, not in manual, but into the automated way. So if I click on this, see what happens. I got this kind of interface, which is completely blank. There is no structure, no pre-given format. It is full blank. Nothing is there, right? A blank canvas. You can draw anything you want. And that's why we chose Make. You will see, like, gradually how to build automation, how to interconnect things. Essentially here, you can put your scenario name. So I can give it a name, let's say, demo scenario for class on 17th August, something like this, right? So this is the scenario name I gave. You can give it any other name you want. Then there is a placeholder to start this, where we are going to connect the first module or the first start point of the entire automation workflow. Then there is something called run once, which is the test kind of button. So you can click on this and the automation workflow can run. There is something about scheduling, about save, some sort of settings over here, and so on, right? So if I click on this button, let me click here, you see I can choose multiple, like from multiple applications, I can choose which one I wanted to set up as a trigger point or as a start point for my automation workflow. And you see, plenty of different apps which are well known to you are available. There's something called Airtable, Google Sheets, OpenAI, Facebook pages, Instagram, LinkedIn, Intercom, even Microsoft Outlook, Teams, Google Doc, many things are there. Even Razorpay kind of payment gateway are also available over here, right? If I wanted to search a specific app out of 2600 pre-built application on make.com, you can just go here, click on the search app, and let me just type in Google, for example. See, all the Google apps, more than 30 different apps are connected over here with something called Google Plus, Google Sheet, Google Doc, Google Drive, Map, Keep, even Chat, Forms, Task. Some of the application you would not even heard of names itself, they are also available over here. Google Shopping is there, Google Translate, Analytics 4, PubSub is there, Google Cloud Store is there, and so other things. Right? So you just type in the name, you will find it. For example, if I wanted to go with Microsoft, because many of the people who have Microsoft in their regular business or maybe in their companies, they can also use Microsoft application as an integration over here. Starting from Teams, there is something called Outlook, To Do, Power BI, and so on. So plenty of regular use applications as well as enterprise level application like Dynamic 365, Power Automate, Advertising Console. Many things are available right here itself. Right? So you can choose any one of them. Or if you wanted to work with CRM, let's choose CRM. And more than 110 CRMs are available over here, including one CRM, HubSpot, Pipedrive, Aspo, and so many other things. Just choose whatever you wanted to work with. Right. So this is the start point where we can get to see different applications. They are pre-configured, and we can simply click on them, set up the right module, right trigger point, right mapping, and automation can go live in minutes. Right. You don't have to essentially think about APIs, about that whole coding, the Python, JavaScript, Java, or something else. You don't even have to think about that. It's all taken care by the Make automation engineers, and they already pre-built everything behind the scene. So your job is to simply interconnect and have a process flow in hand. So what do you guys say? Shall we start building an automation, or are we missing something? What do you people say? Most of say yes. What we missed? Someone says we missed something. We should have something in hand before that, right? What do you say? People are excited. Okay, you guys are like, let's get into the zone. I told you, if you don't have a planning, if you don't have a proper preparation, in that case, you will be end up doing two things together. One is you have to think about the flow, and at the same time, you are building that whole flow. And that is, I would say, a deadly combination. You should not do that. Otherwise, will not be able to build automation even in next 5 hours as such. So what I did is actually, I created some sort of a document, some sort of a visualization where we can build a plan, we can have understanding what we are getting into, what kind of automation we want to build, what are the like conditions, steps, logics, everything. And that automation, then once we have understanding, will come to life on make.com. So what I did actually is, and not necessarily you should do something like this beautiful, but let me grab in here. What I did actually is I created this kind of a Canva whiteboard where I plotted my whole automation requirement. Now, what is my requirement? I wanted to create an automation which generate content for my social media posting, and that too, it should automatically create post on my different social media platforms. Now, how this is going to start? See, it is a thought process. You should be very careful about when you think about the process itself, right? So it is starting with me having an idea. Let's say I want to create a post about my brand, about a product launch, about any thought I wanted to share, or something else, right? News updates, something. I have an idea. I wanted to pass it to AI to generate two things. One is content, second is image, and then once it is generated, it should go out on various platforms like Facebook, Insta, LinkedIn. You may say, Manish, there are more platforms available, like you have YouTube there, you have Pinterest, you have Reddit, and so on. We can even include them. But essentially for now, we are just going to focus on three popular platforms, Facebook, Insta, LinkedIn, right? Then, what is my tech stack going to be? Like which all tools, software I'm going to use? So essentially, first of all, I have to define where I'm going to park these ideas. And even before that, we should think about, like when we are talking about ideas, these post idea, right? There is a problem with this idea part. I can get 10 posting ideas in next 10 minutes in my mind, or I may not get any idea in next 10 hours or even next 2-3 days as well. So what is the condition? Should I write those ideas somewhere, and then I can reuse them later on? Or should I, let's say, instantly post everything? 10 ideas come, next 10 minutes, let's create 10 posts and let forget everything about for next 10 days, right? So essentially, I need to have some sort of an idea storage where I can park all these ideas. Even I can park all the generated content, review that, and then make it go out, right? Or even track my posting schedule as well. So what I thought is I can have any sort of pen paper thing. I can have a note taker, notepad kind of application, or I can choose something like Google Sheets, where Google Sheet I can build any sort of dynamic custom structure of tables, columns, raw, everything. And it also has APIs available, that too for free of cost, right? So what I chose is Google Sheet as my idea hub, as my entire automation tracking hub, where I'm going to put all of these interactions. Second is I chose OpenAI for my AI requirement, AI need in this entire project. So essentially, why OpenAI? Because it has two capabilities. It can generate images as well as it can generate good quality content. And they both are coming from the same AI service or from the same AI company. So that's why I chose OpenAI and that two ChatGPT kind of models, which are very known, popular, available in the market for everyone. Then we have something called make.com for the entire integration to build up the automation workflow. And finally, there are three posting platforms that we are going to target: Facebook, Insta, LinkedIn. But we should also have some sort of pre arrangement on these platforms. So in case of Facebook and Insta, they don't allow you personal account APIs because they are social media platforms. They expect like real people to be there on their platform who are posting, who are interacting with the content, not the bot, not the AI, right? Or not these kind of automation workflows. So in case of Facebook and Instagram, you can create business pages, business account, professional account, and API access should be there. And in case of LinkedIn, since it is a more professional kind of platform, so it does not restrict personal account to be operated by API, right? So in case of LinkedIn, you can have personal account also connected with the APIs. So these three platform, three accounts should be there. Now, at the last, before we get into the automation development, we have to think about certain rules or control point for this particular system. The first one is, do I want, and there is a question as well I should ask myself while I'm building this whole process. So first question is, I'm posting on three platforms. Do I want unique content for each of them, or I can generate a single piece of content that should go on all three platforms directly, like as it is? The answer is I should have unique content, because every platform has its own nature. Nature means like LinkedIn is a professional platform, Instagram is kind of casual platform, Facebook somewhere in the middle of these two. So I can't put LinkedIn content on Instagram or Instagram content on LinkedIn, right? So it should be platform specific. That's why I chose it should be a unique content all the time. Second part is about image. Why we are even including image? Essentially, image kind of post or anything which has a multimedia attached to it, they get more good engagement, more conversions, more let's say conversations happening on those particular posts. So what I wanted is, first of all, it should have some sort of image along with the post. And the second is, should I have a similar image across all of these platforms, or I should have multiple different kind of images generated specifically for each of the platforms? My thought process, my answer is it should be unique image to pass the same kind of vibe, same kind of message to all these platforms. It should not differentiate in terms of user experience, because image is quite common for all of these three. There is no format difference as such. Then the next thing came to the consideration is something called how many posts I wanted to create every day, or how frequently I wanted to create posts on these platforms. Why it is important? Because let's say if 10 ideas coming to my mind in that in next 10 minutes, if I run those 10 posts, it maybe looks like a spamming. I'm just unnecessarily posting on these platforms all the time during the day. And maybe I'm not posting anything on next 10 days as such. So what I decided, it should have only one single post every day, irrespective of whatever number of ideas I have or requirements I have. I can schedule them or I can put them somehow into the sheet itself. And finally, I also have another need. I would like to have your confirmation or your thought in this. What I think personally is AI is not mature enough until this point to directly post thing on social media. What I wanted is it should need some sort of human review. How many of you think human review is necessary, at least at the day present today? We should have some sort of a review, some sort of a monitoring mechanism where we should review AI generated content before it goes out on the social media platforms. Most of you, perfect. That's true. The AI is getting mature every day, quickly, but still we should have some sort of a review. Otherwise, instead of building the profile, instead of building the business, whole presence, it may even destroy it. So we should have some sort of a human review, some sort of a control over there. So this is how we think about automation, we think about process, and you should always do this kind of a whole thought process before you touch the automation platforms, before you even think about the automation. Always try to define the process first, and then only you will get the results you are expecting from that whole process, right? So now it is high time we thought about the process, we have all the rules defined. What we should do? Shall we get into make, or still we should do something else? What do you guys think? Ready for automation? Okay, people says make. It's not make yet. Wait. So we have to build this whole infrastructure around this make.com. See, make is the tool which is going to connect multiple things, but it is not going to have the Google Sheet itself, right? We have to create this Google Sheet first. We have to create all the social media account, as well as we have to get this OpenAI ChatGPT API key altogether. So what we are going to do here is, I have this sheet. Let me simply create a new sheet within this file. The file name is called Master Social Media Automation. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see it properly. See, the file name is something called Master Social Media Automation Content and Posting version 1. And within this, I'm going to create another sheet that is called sheet 44. Let me change it to demo for class 17th August, something like this, right? Now I can start building any kind of a structure what I want from this particular Google Sheet. So essentially, if you remember the earlier presentation, earlier demonstration, what I want over here is I should have some sort of a space to park my ideas. So I can go here and put the first column says my ideas parked here, something like this, right? So whenever I have something in my mind, I can simply plot them here. Next to it, when AI generate content for 3 platforms, Insta, Facebook, LinkedIn, it should put all of those content next to the same idea text. So I can correlate like which idea was there and what kind of text is being prepared by the AI. So what I can have here is something called Facebook post content from AI. Same way, I can have another column which is called Instagram post content from AI. And similar way, I should have another column that is called LinkedIn post content from AI, right? Something like this. So I got 3 of my things parked over here. Now, as we saw, we needed some sort of image, some sort of a visualization as well to this post. But when AI create that image, I can't upload image inside Google Sheet because it's a sheet. It's a kind of table structure. Can't have image available over here. So what I can do is, instead of the actual file, I can park the image link over here. So in case I want to see that image, or in case if automation has to pick up that image, it can straightforward go here and pick image from the link itself. So here I'm going to park the image link. Now it has 2 benefits. One is, in case if you have AI generated image, the link can come here, you can review it. In case if you have your own images, let's say you have a graphic designer, you create yourself, you can park that link over here. Just park that image inside any Google Drive or maybe some sort of a cloud storage and park the image link over here, which can be taken up by the automation, right? So this is what we have as a structure. Now, as we discussed earlier, we should have some sort of a control to this automation, because if 10 ideas comes to my mind, I can put all 10 over here, but I don't want to process them as soon as they get entered into this Google Sheet. So I should have some sort of a control. Even if I park maybe 10, 100, 500 ideas over here, they should not get processed automatically. I should have some sort of a control in this process. So what I can do is, I can build a control column which is called control column like this. Before I move forward, are we going with a good pace, guys? Are you able to understand whatever I'm extending so far? A quick thumbs up or maybe yes. See, it should not be one way, right? I know already what I'm doing, but you guys should also grab what I'm doing over here. Okay, most of you are yes. Someone said not much. Take it like as a movie or some sort of web series you watch. Just try to get exposure over here. In case if you're not getting it, that's fine. If you're getting it, a thumbs up, right? Just keep your focus over here. Great, let's get going. Perfect. So we have this entire Google Sheet built up over here like this. In case if you have any of other database kind of requirement, if you're processing invoices, maybe emails or something else, task management, you can build the sheet as per your own requirement. But essentially, this is how we build a small database. It can be Google Sheet, it can be Airtable, Monday.com, or anything what you wanted to use. But the structures are going to be like this. Now, once we are here, what I can do is let's make a little maybe couple of ideas from here. So I got some other ideas right from my previous automation use case. I can park them over here like this, right? And let's make it a little formatted. So let's park the whole text over here like this. So these are a couple of Urban Stride is a brand about sports shoes. There is a brand called Cloud9 Fashion, and I had to do some sort of posting for them. And there is something called Prep Genius, which is smart kitchen solution brand, and so on. So these are a couple of posts which I did not run through yet, and we can take them as our basic test ideas, right? Now, along with this, we should also have control status, or like what kind of controls we wanted to put into the whole system. So what we wanted is, and let me do one thing. For example, if I wanted to generate content for this particular idea, I should have some sort of status over here, which is called generate content. If I say generate content, it should create content for this post, not for other ones which are parked over here like this. Then once the content is generated, system should tell me that content is ready for review. You should review it and tell me whether it's good or not, right? So once the content is ready, it should change the status to the ready for review. Then once the whole thing is done, what system should do next? If I say I'm good with this content, let's go ahead, I approve it, please create a post, right? So as soon as I mentioned that thing, it should pick up that idea and create a post on social media. So over here I'll say approved and create post. This is another selection. Then apart from that, I can have a couple of more things over here. Once the posting is done, the system should change the status back to say posting done, something like this, right? So these are essentially 4 different status which I wanted to track throughout this entire system. Now, do I have to write them again and again all the time? The answer is no, because Google Sheet gives us some good functionality where I can select all of them, right click, and there's something called drop down. And then here you see drop down can have all of like these menus converted into drop down. What I can do essentially is give them some sort of color. So generate content goes into this color, ready for review maybe a blue, approved and create post can be red, and then posting then can be green. Let's click save and move out. Let me even zoom out a little bit. Perfect. See here. So now these things became a drop down menu instead of I have to type them again and again and again, right? And let's even convert this entire thing into a kind of good looking spreadsheet. So let's go to formatting, convert table, and now the entire thing looks pretty good, pretty decent, right? Let's even change it to Calvary, which I generally like, but yeah, that's fine. See here, this is how our Google Sheet gets ready, and we have all of these things. Now let me remove entire structure from here. These are pretty straightforward drop downs available like this. Now, assuming you all have your own LinkedIn account, your Facebook pages, Instagram pages, or business account, we should move into make.com. So let's get into this automation workflow. And here we are starting to build the entire automation sequence. So first of all, over here, I have to click on this and I should choose the right application, which is going to give me my idea content. So remember I told you if I give an assignment, I have parked my idea into Google Sheet. Your job is to grab idea from there. So over here, we have a module called Google Sheet. And the same way, whatever case you build, you can have any other different modules. It can be like CRM, it can be Google or whatever you want, right? Essentially, I'm going to choose Google Sheets. Now, within every app on make.com, see, there are a couple of things available over here. One is called a trigger module. Trigger means if there is an action happening inside your application, the automation workflow can trigger, it can execute certain steps, right? So it says, watch new raw, trigger when a new raw is added. So essentially, this is not what we want, because if you're going to choose this particular trigger, in that case, it will as soon as I add any new ideas, it's keep on going to run that automation again and again as soon as I add something over here. I don't want that. What I want is wherever I selected generate content, only that particular thing should be picked up, right? Not everything which comes along this sheet. So this is not a right module for me to start with, right? Then we have a couple of other things. It says add raw, update, bulk add, then search is there, clear, delete. See, these many things can be done right from make.com to your Google Sheets. And same way, if you're operating CRMs or something else, there are plenty of things can be done right from make.com to control your software. Now, what is relevant for us is something called search raw. Why search raw? Because it says return result matching the given criteria. That means we can apply certain condition to this automation workflow, to this particular module, that wherever the raw status of column F is equal to generate content, only pick that particular line, not everything else. Right? So I can go here, I can choose search raw. Now, once you define this module, what you have to do is Make does not know who you are and which Google Sheet you are talking about. So essentially, you have to set up a connection. You have to allow Make to interact with your Google Sheet. But before that, you have to give Make permission to work with your Google Sheet, access that, and grab the data from there. So we have to click on this add over here. By default, you will see there's something called create a connection. In my case, I already have multiple connections created over here. That's why it says add new connection. So I can click on add connection. Fairly straightforward. I'll say 17th August. This is something called admin gross tax is the account. And see how easy it is to integrate your application with Make. Click on sign in with Google and see the magic. So as soon as I do, it's going to get into this whole list. I'll say admin gross tax. Continue. One more time continue. And that's it. My connection is done with Google Sheet. Now I can access all of my Google Sheets inside make.com. So click on spreadsheet ID. Then it can list down all the spreadsheet that exist inside my Google account, right? See here, plenty of them. Many of them are available over here. Now you can either scroll down, choose whatever you want, or you can type in here. It says social, what was the sheet name? It's master social media. See here, master social media is the sheet name what came out over here. So let's click on check this. The sheet came out like this. Now within this particular spreadsheet, I have two sheets available. One which I shown you earlier as a demonstration, social media master log, right? And the second one which I created now, which is called demo for class 17th August. If I click on this, it's all good. Then it is asking a couple of other things where it says table contains headers. I'll say yes, because my table has headers over here, all of them. If I say no, that means this headers will also be considered as a content coming into process, right? So I say table has headers over here. Range by default is more than good. A to CZ does not make any difference. There is an important part which is called filters. And see here, if you click on filters, you see plenty of all of the filters, all the column names are available over here. It's like you can apply filter on column A, B, C, D, E, F, everything, right? For now, I'm not putting any filter over here, and let's simply click save. And if I run this automation as a test case, let's see what happens. See, now I'm getting all of my idea content or all of the content which I have inside my Google Sheet coming along like this. On the output, there's a bundle 1, which is raw number 2. Let me zoom in a little bit. See here, I got this content in column A, right? This was Urban Stride, a premium footwear shoe brand, right? And the requirement was this entire thing. Then it has column B, C, D, E, no values are there. Control column F has something called generate content. Then there is another raw, which is raw number 3, which has brand Cloud9 fashions. Then furthermore, raw number 4, which has entire content over here. Now, what Make did is, Make got all the content from my Google Sheet inside this make.com environment. And since I have it here, I can reuse it into any other purpose. Like I can build any sort of workflow on top of this content, right? So let's rename this module quickly. The name is going to be idea store or idea inputs or provider. What should I do after this? I think let's have it like an interactive session. So you already understood so far what we are getting into, what we are building. So now it's your job. You should guide me how to build this automation workflow. So we have idea coming in here. What should we do next? Which module to use? Quickly on the chat. AI, GPT, OpenAI. Okay, okay. Great. Interactive learning is always good. So see, to add AI over here, what you have to do, simply the small plus button over here, add another module. Click on this plus and it will have another placeholder like this, right? And this placeholder, you can attach the next module, which is going to be OpenAI. And OpenAI has something called ChatGPT, Whisper, Daily, and so on. See, now we have this idea content. We wanted to generate certain post for LinkedIn, Facebook, Insta. This GPT or this OpenAI is not same what you use on your user interface. It is way more different. Let me show you how. So first of all, it has multiple things. You can play with responses. You can create a model response. You can have a different kind of completions. Moderation is there. We can message to a particular assistant or GPT, custom GPT kind of thing. We can play with vector store files. We can also generate image, visualize them, edit images. We can generate audio, do transcription, translations, many things are there. See, plenty of them, which you don't even see on your regular GPT interface in the web version. Now, the catch over here is, if you wanted to use GPT on this particular API interface, see, this is not your GPT what you use, something like this. If I go chat GPT, this is my regular interface, GPT-5 is here, and I can choose whatever I want, I can just type in. This is not the same GPT that we use in our make.com automation workflow. This is a web version of GPT where I may pay something, let's say currently we are on a pro plan, or it's called plus plan, where we are paying almost 2000 rupees every month to GPT. But still, this can be used only on the interface. Why? Because GPT says, if I give you API access for this 2000 rupees, you may burn out my servers. Like people wanted to do so many things with GPT, maybe through automation, and they can just like send thousands of requests to GPT servers, right, through APIs. So GPT says, whatever amount you're paying over here, it is only limited to the web version or this web user interface. In case if you wanted to go with API usage, you have to go to openai.com, and then there is something called OpenAI for developer. See here on the left hand side. So for developer, click on this, and there is something called API platform, as well as API's got a complete different pricing. Right. So let's click on API platform, as well as let's click on API pricing. Now, once you're on the API platform, you have to click on this and log in API platform inside there, and you will land on their developer page where it says, welcome to OpenAI developer platform, and then see here it says Python, JavaScript, and curl, and this is how you have to handle the API request. But since we have power of make.com, power of no code, low code, we are not dependent upon this entire Python based structure. We can straightforward work with no code tools, right? Number one. So what essentially we have to do is, we can choose a write action. In this case, we are going to do create a completion based on a prompt. So let's click on this. Now, this module we have to configure really basic connection. So click on add connection over here, and then we have something called API key. So if I go into this, I go to settings, I can generate an API key right from OpenAI developer platform. It's something called platform.openai.com. And then over here you have something called create new secret key. So if I click on this, I just have to give it a name. I'll say 17 August class demo key, and I can select a project which is called default project, create secret key, and that's it. Now API key should come here. Quickly copy this, go here, put this even connection name. I'll say 17 August class connection. I always prefer to give name so I know which connection was created at what time, and click save. That's it, right? So over here we are done with the connection part. It is that easy to create connection with any of the modules, any of the API based modules, right? Then it is asking me what do you want to do. I said create a chat completion. I'm going to send a message to GPT, and GPT should fulfill that particular requirement. Along with this, it has flexibility to give me option to choose which model I wanted to work with. So let's click on models, and you see a long list of multiple models available over here. So right from GPT-5, which is launched least recently, along with this we have something called GPT-04, 03, 01, and so on. Plenty of them are available right here itself. So you can choose any one of them. What my first preference is, I can go with something called GPT 4.1, and that too there is a good version called Nano, which is less cost and really fast in terms of any regular execution. So I can go with this. Even you find many different models available. right from 3.5, which was exist in almost 2 years back, right? So that can also be used with the APIs. Now let's go here. Let's choose 4.1 nano. Now, why I choose 4.1 nano and how does GPT cost me? I'm going to give you another assignment. Keep your eyes and ear open. But see here, some basic understanding of this. So this is called API pricing. Let's scroll down a little bit and see all of these different models. So recently 5 came, and I hope anyone who's connected with this AI world or AI kind of terminology, you would know when you work with any AI tool, they measure the effort or kind of billing in the number of tokens. So when you send a request, it says how many tokens this particular AI model will consume to fulfill your request, right? So over here, in case of API, what they say, if you're using GPT-5, then over here you have to pay $1.25 for every million token that you input in the system, and approximately $10 for every 1 million token that comes out of the system, right, as an answer. Same way, if you're using any of these 4.1, let's say we chose for nano, a very economical model which says only 20 cent, which is in Indian rupees hardly what, 17 rupees. If you're considering 85 rupees a dollar, it is hardly 17 rupees for 1 million token as an input, and approximately 100 rupees for a million token as an 80, like about 60-70 rupees for a million token on output. If I take a mean or a kind of average, both the price will cost me approximately 40 rupees per million token in and out both, right? For a million token, if I use on API, is going to cost me approximately 40 rupees for both in and out as an average pricing. So this is how the costing works. Now, when you start using the OpenAI APIs, what OpenAI says, it is not available for free. You have to pay for it. So where to pay? There is a section called billing over here. So click on this billing part, and then you have to preload money over here. It's a prepaid kind of thing. How you recharge your mobile phones, same way you have to recharge your OpenAI wallet to use APIs. And it will deduct like whatever number of tokens you're using through APIs, it's going to deduct that much amount from your credit balance. So currently I have a balance of $4.86, and see here, it clearly says when your credit balance reaches to $0, your API request will stop working. So it's a prepaid model. You have to load money always. The assignment which we are going to do now is, in a minute, is you have to calculate how much does it cost to generate one post content if the pricing is 40 rupees a million token, or approximately like 50 cents a million token, right? So let's go here. We have chose nano model. Now on the configuration part, let's get into message. So message, essentially we have to send a message to GPT, and GPT has to fulfill that request. So here we have to choose which role we want GPT to perform. So essentially there are multiple roles. It has user, assistant, developer, and even tool. For now, we are just going with assistant, and for 99% of use cases, assistant is more than a good role, because we can ask GPT to work like an assistant and fulfill our request. In case if you have any more sophisticated thing, let's say more sophisticated use case, you can do user or developer or tool kind of role, but for now, assistant is good. Then it has something called text content. So it says, message GPT what you want to get done. Now, this will have two parts. One is something called a prompt. Prompt is giving instructions or direction for GPT to do certain request. And second is our idea content. Now, when we were preparing it, like no one said we should prepare a prompt as well, right? So what I did actually is I created two prompts over here. One is for content generation, second is for image generation, and I built them like this. Let me zoom in a little bit. So what I said, you are a professional social media content writer who specializes into creating a platform optimized post for these three platforms. And there is a good guy called Alex Hermosi. He has developed a couple of good marketing workflows or some sort of strategies. So I asked GPT, follow this Alex Hermosi style, and then write me content for these platforms. Writing principle should be like lead with the value, use pattern to interrupt, create curiosity gaps, and so on. Hooks should be like this. Platform specific requirement. So Facebook post should be a conversational, engaging, encouraging, and discussing post. Should have 1 to 2 emojis and maximum 150 words. Then Instagram should be something like this: casual, vibrant, visually describing, and then 3 to 5 emojis and relevant hashtags like this. LinkedIn should not have almost any emoji, 0 to 1, maximum 200 words. And then we wanted this entire output should come into a JSON structure, so we can map all of these individual values into respective platform or into respective Google Sheet columns. And then finally, a couple of more guidelines and so on. And here we say the content idea that I wanted to create post about goes over here, like beyond this point. So this is how we wrote a complete prompt. Let's copy this. Let's create it here, paste it, and see the whole thing came like this. Now, this is the only prompt part, but we yet to connect our content idea, our post idea. And where is that? That is parked inside Google Sheet. So if you click on this, see the outputs are coming from column A. Here is the whole post idea. Now, with the make or with these kind of tools, see the beauty, how easily you can connect things. So if I go here, I post in the entire prompt. Now, if I click inside this box, let's see what happens. If I click on this, there is another pop-up menu comes in, and this says, you have your idea column over here, column A, simply drag and drop over here like this. And that's it, what you have to do. Whole prompt remains static all the time. This content is now dynamically mapped right from Google Sheet, which can be like whenever you have a new idea, it can keep on rotating the new idea and it will generate post for you, right? This is how easy it is to work with these kind of platforms. Now it has a max completion token. I'm not bothered about it. Let's remove. Show advanced setting. Here we have response format. We have JSON object. So let's go with JSON. Parts JSON is also good. And even beyond that, there are certain things. It says temperature you can set over here, top probability, number, frequency penalty, presence penalty, and so other things. So you can list down or maybe configure any one of them if you want, or your use case is more sophisticated. Otherwise, we are good to go. So let's click on save over here. Let me rename this module as well. So module can be, I'll say content creator. Now, if I do a quick test run, oh, before that, I forgot actually something important. See, currently we're getting all of the posts coming out irrespective of whether they have generate content as a tag in column F or not, right? To restrict it only to get only the generate content over here. If something is mentioned, generate content in column F, only those things should come out. So what I can do is, I can go here inside the Google Sheet. I can simply put a filter like this, which we discussed earlier, if you remember. So in the filter, I'll go and select something called column F is equal to generate content, right? Now this particular module is going to give me only the generate content marked or tagged raw, that particular data, not everything else. So let's click on save. Let's right click, run this module only, and let's see what happens. See, now earlier I was getting 3 ideas. Now it is giving me only one single idea where the column F status is equal to generate content, right? And now if I run this whole thing, let's see what happens. This gave me the whole idea content, one only, and now it is creating content for all the social media platforms. Perfect. See, results came out. Here it says for Facebook post, urban professional gear up, introducing Metro Runner shoes, latest women's sports shoes designed for city and so on. Instagram content is over here, and LinkedIn content also came out like this, right? So in seconds, in no time, it generated me 3 beautifully crafted social media post content. Now, the assignment comes in. You had to calculate that cost of generating this post. Now I'm going to reveal you how many tokens it consumed, and what you know is already it is charging us 40 rupees in Indian rupees, or half a dollar for 1 million tokens. If I click on this usage, see what it says. It took us 1125 tokens. Now, can you guys tell me quickly how much is the cost for generating this post? How much we spent? And let me even open calculator on my thing, on my side. Wow, someone says 1 rupees, 40 paisa. Okay, $2. Some people are just playing around. Let's do a quick math. If you have 40 divided by a million is almost what, 6 zeros, and then multiply 1125. So I'm taking this into rupees. Click on this. See, it cost only 4 paisa, like 4.5 paisa. If you see here, this is as much the rupees, right? So this is how economical it is to generate any post content using GPT. It's like insane. In 1 rupees you can generate 25 posts, right? It is that kind of economical stuff. So that's where the whole thing comes in. Obviously when you generate image, it can be a little more expensive, maybe 10 paisa, 20 paisa, but it's still worth saving a lot of time while you're working with the APIs. So this is how much this cost. Now the next one, what should we add next to it? Quick guess, any direction? What should we do next to it? Guys, quickly on the chat, we have already generated content. Now it is time to generate image. So for image, we can go simply back to this OpenAI, and over here we have something called generate an image. Now you may have a question, can we use DALL-E? Can we use Runway or something else? Absolutely yes, you can do that. But for now, for this entire class, I'm just focusing on ChatGPT itself. So let's click on generate image. And as soon as you do, you don't have to create connection again, because both the things are coming from the same service run provider. So connection is already there. In terms of model, I can go with the latest model, which is called DALL-E 3, right? Then it is asking me for the prompt. So I can go here, back to the sheet. I have an image generation prompt here, which says generate high converting scroll stopping square image 1080 for social media. Visual psychology should be followed. Design framework, color strategy, technical specification, style, and so other things, right? And then finally it says here is my actual input or the idea on which I want to generate this image. So let's scroll up towards the top. Over here, paste everything, and now you know how to connect this particular idea. So as soon as we click inside the box, we have this idea content over here. Paste it like this and simply click save. That's it. I can rename this as maybe image creator. And finally, we have to add all of these content inside Google Sheets, right? So over here I see there's something called add raw, then there's something called update raw. So what I wanted to do is I want to park this generated content next to this particular line itself. So essentially I wanted to update this line, all of these columns. So if I go back, let's click on update raw. And over here, this time, either I can choose my spreadsheet from the whole spreadsheet list, or I can follow one more good method. There is something called select from all. Right. So if I click on this, it is asking me to provide spreadsheet ID. So I can go here, pick this particular spreadsheet ID right from here itself, go back, paste it. So this is how also you can, if you don't know the path, if you don't know that where the Google Sheet is saved, in that case you can straightforward go and put the spreadsheet ID as well. Then here we have to choose the sheet. Now it is asking us for the raw number. So where the raw number is going to come from? It will come essentially from the first module, which is giving us this whole output. See here, raw number is also available. Let's pick and paste like this. Now, should we map anything in column A? Yes or no? Shall we add anything on column A? Wow, some people says yes. Anyone who says yes, please focus, put your attention again. The answer is no, because we already have our content idea parked here. Like when we started this whole exercise, we parked a couple of content ideas and through which our content is generated. So we don't want to update anything on this column A, right? So let's leave it blank. In column B, fairly straightforward. Facebook post can come here. Instagram can come here. LinkedIn can also come here. See how easy it is to drag and drop things and interconnect things very well. Image link, we have something called here data, and inside data there is something called URL, right? And finally on the column F, we have to change status to post whatever, ready for review. What if we don't do this? What will happen? If I don't change the status to ready for review, what do you think will happen? Any guesses? It will get into a loop. Yes, Shanawaz, that's absolutely right. So it will keep on generating the same content, same post again and again and again. So we had to change status because our first level status is where we said pick any line which has generate content as the primary status. Now if I click on run once, let's see what happens. So what we wanted is we are creating content for this particular post which says premium sportswear, this particular shoes which called Metro Runner, and it's a women edition which is launched recently by this particular brand. So if I go here, let's take a look. So now content is being generated. The whole content comes like this. Image is also getting generated now. Let's have a look. Image generation generally takes a little while. By the time I can take a quick water break. Okay. Perfect. It is done. And everything should have updated over here. See, this whole content came out like this. Obviously not fragmented, not properly formatted for now, but yeah, see, something pretty good, pretty basic. Let's take a look at the image. I'm always curious, like what kind of image generated by GPT? Oh, not good at all. Why so? I think this would have misleaded to something else. Let me see if I even mapped. I mapped the content ID over here, and what came out from here is urban stride. It's a little strange. Let me see the prompt. Footwear goes here. Okay, strange. Let's try one more time. In case if you don't find your good results, I'll change it to generate content again, and let's give it one more try. A little misleading. I think it would have taken the prompt as the requirement. Okay. The content is already here. This time well formatted, even with certain hashtags and all. And yeah, this reminds me to something. See, in case if you're not happy with any of these content or image or something else, you can always go back and regenerate content or regenerate image specifically right from here itself. See, this time everything come back again, and here we have control column status also updated, ready for review. Let's take a quick look on the image. Perfect. See here, these the particular shoes came out in a good shoe effect, as well as there's a metro theme and couple of other things. Content on this specific post may not be good, may not be accurate, but the whole idea is about getting this image out, right? So this is happening over here. Now I can review this, I can make any changes over here, and then I can plan for posting of this entire content on social media. Now for that part, what I can do is either I can create a complete new automation workflow where I say, if I reviewed this content, if my status gets changed to approved and create post, in that case, it can simply go and create post on all those social media platforms. But what makes is you don't have to do like second automation workflow creation, right? You can optimize the current one, or you can make it a little more advanced. You can accommodate both the automations into the same workflow. Why? Because both of them are having input content getting in or coming in from the same Google Sheet. So essentially what happens, in first one, I just wanted to grab this content of idea and run through this to generate post and image. In the second part, when I change it to something called approved and create post, in that case, I want to grab all of these content and create a post on social media. So essentially, both of the things are coming from the same Google Sheet. So if I click on this, what I can do is, for now, I'm getting only the ideas, only the lines which has a status is equal to generate content. I can add another rule which is called, even if the column F status is going to be approved and create post, then also it should get that particular content and give it to me in this automation workflow. So if I click save, that is part one. Second is, I can add a router over here or a router over here to have two different lines or two different execution sequences. One is to generate content and second is to post content. So what make allow us is, you can simply click on middle of these three dots or these two modules, right click, and there's something called add a router. So if I click on this, see here what happens. Now there is a router, and this becomes my first route, the first process sequence which I can get done multiple tasks based on whatever conditions, whatever pre-configurations I have done over here. At the same time, I can also accommodate or incorporate one more process here. So I can simply click on add and see what happens. Now there is a second route available. So if content has to be generated, it should go on this direction. If it has to be distributed, it can go on this direction, because content is coming from the same module, from the same source of Google Sheet. So if I click on this, see here, what we want to do is, first of all, distribute this thing on Facebook. And as soon as I type in Facebook over here, you can see Facebook as a standalone app available, Facebook pages, lead forms, lead ad, conversion, insight, messenger, so many things are there. What we are concerned is something called Facebook pages. If I click on this, see, within pages, you get to see multiple actions which you can control in Facebook using APIs. So essentially over here I have list post, get reaction, create a post, create post with multiple photos, update them, delete them, like, unlike, plenty of things. Even we can create photo based post, video based post, some reels as well. Even comments can be created right from here itself. So in case you wanted to comment on someone else's post or maybe on your post or something, reply comments, that can be done right from here itself. Even reels can be published right from automation itself, right? So these many things. Now what we are concerned is this one, which called create a post. Let's click on this, and here you have to add your connection. So if I click on this add connection, I can give it a name. I'll say 17th August class connection. I'm not sure if my Facebook is logged in on the browser, but let's see. As easy as that, click on save, it'll open this kind of window, click continue, and your Facebook connection will be done. That easy, that straightforward. And as soon as your Facebook is connected, it will fetch all the pages that you have in your authority or where you are the admin. So see here, connection is done. I can click pages and I get to see all the page which I control. So there's something called grow stacks. I just chose. Now here I have to map the message. The message content comes from column B, fairly straightforward. Link is going to come from column E, which has link of that particular image. And that's it, what you have to do. That's it, nothing more than that. So click save. Your Facebook module is configured to get content from Google Sheet, and it is going to post it on Facebook. Same way I can add something over here. It's called Instagram. Let's click on this. Instagram also got plenty of them, like create photo post, reel post, carousel, many more things, right? What we wanted to do is create a photo post. So let's click on this. Now, since both Facebook and Instagram are coming from Meta, so in that case, you don't have to create a separate connection for Instagram. It is by default taking this connection as well as the page. And here I can map the photo URL. So column E, drag drop, that's done. Caption is actually the post content which is going out. Over here, I have caption in column B, column C, that's it. Even I can have like location I can tag or maybe users I can tag, that's all fine, but I don't want to do it now. So let's click save for this. This is how easily we connected Facebook and Instagram right inside this entire automation workflow. Now it's done for LinkedIn. So let's click on LinkedIn. Over here, we got LinkedIn module. And the fortunate good thing with LinkedIn is not custom app actually. This is a LinkedIn verified app. Over here, the fortunate good thing is LinkedIn provide you API control for your personal account as well. So it says, see here, create a user text post. That means a user account text post, video post, image post, and so on. Even you can control your organization level or company level post on LinkedIn right from here itself. Plus, there are plenty of other things like you can get follower statistics, time bound statistics, and so other things. Right now, what I'm interested in is my personal account LinkedIn post right from this automation workflow. So let's click on create a user image post. If I click this, see what happens. It tells me the LinkedIn connection. So I have already done my LinkedIn connection. If not, I can simply click on add, go to LinkedIn, connection date I can put as 17th August, and then click save. Over here, it is going to open my LinkedIn. I can simply sign in over here. And let's see, connection is done. I don't even have to do any single click. The whole connection is done. See, 17th August connection is right here itself. That easy, that is straightforward. But there is a roadblock over here. The roadblock is, it is asking me to upload a file because I chose create a user image post. That means it says image should be there. So in case of Facebook and Instagram, they can take image right from the link we generated from OpenAI, from that image link. But in case of LinkedIn, it says, get me the file name, get me the file data, actually upload it so I can grab this file. So different softwares have different kind of, let's say, requirement. Someone can take a file from link, someone wanted to have a file to be uploaded actually on the system. But you may wonder, like, from where this module is going to get file? Because the file is stored on OpenAI server. At the same time, you don't have this platform, this make.com working on your local system. Like, it's not connected with your C drive or D drive. You can't map it directly from here. It's all working on cloud. And when we say it is automation, that means it is working even without you keep your system open or you keep your entire browser open all the time, right? It has to work automatically. So essentially, there is no way we can get this file over here, which is generated by GPT. So what I can do is I can simply click cancel for now, and to troubleshoot or to handle these kind of things, what Make has a universal module. I can right click between these two and say add a module. There is something called HTTP, right? This HTTP. This is a kind of one-stop solution for hundreds of problems. So HTTP is something where you can do custom API calls. We can do many kind of authentication, as well as inside there, it has a module called get a file, which is download a file from given URL. Don't get confused. It is not going to download file on your local system. It will get that file inside make.com environment, so it can be used by the LinkedIn module. So let's click on this, and right here what it is asking us, simple file URL that we already have inside our column E. Let's click save, and that's it. Now if you go back and open this LinkedIn module, see it is automatically or smartly taking file from this HTTP, because HTTP is getting file inside make environment, and now LinkedIn knows there is a file available from HTTP, so I should directly take it from there. I should not ask for the file again or any sort of mapping again. So that's there. After that, it is asking us for the content of the post. So content we have in column D, and apart from that, we can also do some more configurations. Visibility of this particular post, I wanted to keep it public, or it can go only to my connection, viewable only by the logged in members. Then it has something called distribution on main feed or nowhere, and is reshare disabled or enabled, so that reshare is by default not disabled, right? So that's what we can configure, and that's it. Click save. If this shows this kind of a small dot, value must not be empty or something, go back and save one more time, and it is done over here. So this is the entire automation workflow that we built. Now, there is a small catch or small constraint that we did not handle. See, I told you earlier, in case now we have two kind of content coming in into this automation workflow. One where it has generate content, and second where it says approved and create post. All the generate content requests should go on this particular route, follow these three steps, and all the distribution part, approved and create post, should go on this particular route, right? But we did not handle any sort of filtering, any sort of restriction, and now even if generate content comes in, it can flow here as well, or if I say approved and create post, it can go here as well, right? There will be unnecessary loop and unnecessary usage of modules. So what I can do is, between these two, this string I can click, and I can apply additional filters over here. So let's say if I choose condition, I'll say if my control F column status is equal to generate content, then only it should follow this particular route, otherwise not to follow, like it will just block it here itself. And if my post status or column F status is equal to approved and create post, then in that case it should follow through that particular route, not the above one, right? I hope we are clear into this. It's a little slight technical stuff, but I hope you will get it after this much of discussions on this whole flow. Now we are good to run this flow, and we can put or we can create post over here. So how many of you think I'm missing something in this whole flow? Am I missing something, or we are good to go? Okay. Yes. Great. I'm glad, honestly, this 2.5 hour, 3 hours of effort is actually yielding result. Most of you say, yes, we are missing something. That means you got the whole crux. You understood how the system is being built. We are missing to update status after making this whole post, right? So if we don't update status, what will happen? It will keep on sending that same post again and again and again. So great, guys. Thank you very much for your attention. That made my whole session actually. So for updating this, I can just add another module, Google Sheet, update a raw. I can grab this entire spreadsheet ID from here. This is the quick trick what I do. I can go here, select from all, spreadsheet ID, and over here we have sheet name. I can just choose the right sheet name, which is demo for class 17. Raw number is coming from the first raw, first module over here, which is like this. And in this case, I don't have to update anything in column A, B, C, D, E, right? Because they all already have content, which is either as an idea or generated by the upper string, right? The above flow. So essentially what I have to do over here is the last one update, which should be posting done. That's it. And whenever this whole flow will work, when the successful completion will happen, it will automatically mark that as posting is done. I don't have to do anything else. So now this becomes a complete flow which can generate content and which can also distribute the content on your social media platforms. Now let's give it a try. Let's run it once. What we have over here is something called approved and create post. So essentially this post should go out, or maybe let's do this. Run once. Let's see what happens. See, this time it is moving to downwards. It did not went up. Why? Because the status coming in from there is called approved and create post, which is not equal to generate content. That's why it did not follow through this particular route. Here it passed because approved create post is equal to approved create post. It is moving towards the down route. And the Facebook post is created. See here, the post ID came out like this. Then Instagram post also created. Sorry, my bad. The post ID is here. Same with LinkedIn, and status should have updated to posting done. Let's go and quickly check all of these platforms. So when we started, this was our first Diwali celebration. Now let's see. Perfect. See here, just a minute ago, this post came out with this whole content. Where Instagram went? Okay, over here. Let's run this again. Wow, 3 likes, 1 comment. You guys are super fast. Shravan is there. Amazing, guys. Great. So this has all these hashtags and everything. And let's go to LinkedIn as well. Let's toggle this off. Post an activity. And over here, just now, 11 likes, 1 comment. Amazing speed, you guys. You're even faster than automation, I would say. Okay, a beautiful looking post came out like this with all of these hashtags and everything. If you wanted me to do one more, let's say Cloud9 shopping brand is there, kitchen apparel. Let's do Cloud9, generate content. Let's run this whole thing one more time. This time it's going upward because the generate content was there, and that's where we are sending it through. So whole content comes out like this. Looks good. Image is being generated and it's going to get put into Google Sheets. So the hours of work can now be done in minutes, I would say in seconds. All you have to do is essentially ensure that image quality goes good. You review this content and everything seems to be working fine. See here, a well curated post for all 3 platforms, and there is an image as well. Let's see before posting how it looked like. Okay, Monsoon Magic Sale is there, and it's a contemporary clothing brand which has a couple of good theme and couple of clothings over here. Looks good. Let's go and say approved and create post. And if I go back, let's click run once. And this time it is moving down. Facebook page, Instagram and LinkedIn, and this should do the whole posting work. Do you have, I must say you should have a question. Manish, you are keep on coming here on this interface and you click on this run once and the automation works. This is not a true automation, right? If I supposed to come all the time over here again and again and again, then it is not an automation. It always has to be run by human. So does anyone have any answer? Let me know in the chat quickly. But yeah, apart from that, let's see what happened here. Perfect. This post also came out on Instagram. Let's have a quick look. 9 likes, 6 comment. Amazing. Within 32 seconds. I think that's a record. Hardly 32 seconds and these many reactions. Okay, amazing. And let's take a look at even LinkedIn. Perfect. See, things are coming in here. A well curated post came out with Cloud9 fashion and this is exciting and so on, 60% sales and everything comes up like that. Again, I'm telling you, you can even use your own images over here. So you don't have to depend upon OpenAI generated or GPT generated image. Simply go here, put your image on, not on Google Drive, essentially on something like ImageKit or some sort of a cloud service. get an open public URL, put it here, and then that image is also going to work for you, right? So your own curated image. Now, yes, most of you answered right. If I have to, or I suppose to come back again and again to run this whole automation, there is no point in making or calling it an automation. So what Make did is, and even any of the other automation workflow, they all have something called a scheduling facility over here. So if I click on this, see, you see by default it's called run every 15 minutes. There are several advanced options available to schedule automation workflows. By default, it says run at regular interval, and I park this, or by default is 15 minutes. It can go as small as like 1 minute interval, so every minute it can keep on working. I can make it 60 minutes, I can make it 600 minutes, I can make it 6000 minutes as well. Whatever you want, you can put it, and automation workflow will work like that. Now imagine if I say it is going to run every 60 minutes, and this is not the use case, it can be something different. I want to run it only on during my office hours, which is 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And the second is they should only run on the weekdays from Monday to Friday, not on Saturday, Sunday. In that case, you can click on advanced scheduling, go here, define a time which says, let's say 9 a.m. right here itself until 5 p.m. We are almost 6 p.m. now. And then see here, the time zone also comes Asia Kolkata. So because I chose India while creating my account, it is coming as Asia Kolkata. Otherwise, this could have been something else. I can also choose which days to work. So all of these days until Friday, not on Saturday, Sunday. I can even define the months as well. Right. So this kind of advanced scheduling can be done. I can run it every day as well on a predefined time. Let's say run it on 10 a.m. every day. This can be 10 a.m., 10 p.m. I can run on a specific days of a week, days of month, specific dates throughout the year, or even on demand when I click, and then it should run. So these kind of configurations can be done. And once you do it, if I say save, activate scenario, now this automation will work automatically without you touching the system, even without you opening make.com on your browser at all, right? It's all working on cloud, will happen, everything will happen automatically. What you have to do essentially, just change status over here. If I wanted to, let's say, create a new post, this will automatically happen tomorrow at 10 a.m. So that, I think with that note, I hope you got it a good session, good understanding about automation, about this whole post created on all of these platforms like this. And yeah, we are close to the session. I hope it was not too overwhelming for you guys. Many people said, funny, I was even reading that, Manish, I'm getting confused, or it is going over my head, and so on. So those kind of absolutely expected things. But yeah, that's there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Manish, for this. Folks, if you absolutely loved what you learned over the last 3 hours, drop in MB on the chat, mind blown on the chat. And of course, I also did see a few people mentioning that this is something that you're not understanding right away, but 90% of the people got it really, really well. And as Manish was asking questions, all of you were able to give the right answers as well, which was amazing.
Right.
But folks, what I want, amazing to see that response on the chat. But this was just the starting point, right? This should be the starting point for everyone. Like I mentioned earlier before this session as well, automations is something that you will only be able to do as you keep practicing, right? And what you saw today is actually an example, or a very, very basic example of what an automation scenario can look like. Manish, would you also want to show everyone what real automations would look like, which companies are actually asking for as of today? Because I'm sure a lot of people here
Absolutely.
want to learn this skill and then be able to monetize that as well.
Absolutely funny. So see guys, this was one of the basic automation use case, which you may not want. That's fine. Maybe multiple steps can be added. This can be refined to even a next good level. But to grab a good exposure to the automation thing. But this is not the actual use cases what we do day in, day out. There are plenty of, like, we are currently managing over 500 different business accounts on make.com. And let me show you a few of them. Some sort of, there is a good company called The Net Return, which is from US. I'll show one of the automation workflow from them. As well as we have one more client in India itself that's called BLS. So two practical automation workflows that we have built, and that actually yield result for these people, these organizations, and that's why they pay for or they invest into automation. So first of all, this is a company called BLS, and what they wanted is they are into education product selling, that too like kind of educational content selling. And this is the automation flow that we created for them, quite nested, having almost 250 modules or steps connected over here, right? What it does, it actually deliver content. So whenever they create any deal inside the CRM, see here, this is called Zoho CRM over here, connected with a webhook. And as soon as the deal is created, it assesses like what kind of product is that. It connect with Google Sheet with a basic kind of database or some sort of like module connectivity, reconciliation. Then it goes with this animated video, other product, some sort of pen drive product and all. Then it goes iterate the product requirement, chapters or sort of things. It goes to Google Drive, select which files to be shared or delivered to the person, engage Outlook, engage Microsoft Teams. Even it is engaging like Interact kind of platform which provide official WhatsApp APIs. So see here, this whole thing is being structured to send the confirmation to the buyer, to the person who purchased it. And along with this, modules are connected like Facebook conversion API, where we report each and every conversion. Whenever someone makes a purchase, we have to submit this event to Facebook so they can improve the whole experience, ad experience, or optimize the ad experience, right? So this is what is happening behind the scene, and literally this saved them 2 full-time headcounts, 2 people who are just working along to fulfill approximately 60-70 deals per day. Now it is being done by automation, and those people did not lost a job, right? They actually got deployed into something better than this. So the clerical effort went off. That 8 hours of process now became 24/7 delivery, and any salesperson can make any sales anytime without wondering like whether the product will be delivered or not. One of them. The second part, it's a US based company that is called the Net Return, and they sell golf practice equipment. So what we did for them, they are selling their things on 2 platforms. One is called Amazon in US and Canada, and second is their own Shopify e-commerce store. Now they are making approximately 10,000 sales, like different orders every year. So about 1,000 orders every month. And they deployed one accountant just for the order based accounting. So whenever there's an order comes in, we should capture that order into their books of accounts, right? Tally or these kind of softwares where you have to create invoices. And they have even further more requirement. They wanted to see a product level profit and loss account. So whenever a sale happens, they want to like distribute discount, they want to distribute shipping cost and so on. And that accountant was fully drawn into this process. What we did, we actually connected Shopify. So it captured all the orders which are paid and fulfilled, reconcile them with a Google Sheet kind of database. Then it check whether the customer is exist in QuickBooks. So QuickBooks is their accounting system. Then it goes, if customer is not exist, it's going to create them. If it is exist, it will search. Then do certain things, create the search for items inside QuickBooks, create an invoice with some sort of basic coding, not much, but see here this kind of a structure. And then it create a payment inside QuickBooks. It also go for shipping cost allocation, discount allocation, and run through multiple accounting entries automatically without accountant being touching this whole automation, like touching the whole process, right? So shipping JV is there, discount JV is there, and so on. So this also saved them one accountant who was working in this revenue accounting, cost distribution, payment capture, and almost $4,000 of saving. I think $4,000 or $5,000 of saving every single month for that particular client. So this is what happening, and I can show you maybe 1,000 more such automation workflows, different for different businesses. Yes, someone is asking SAP Oracle can be connected. Yes, SAP Oracle can also be connected over there. Yes, Mani, please go on.
No, I was just answering that question itself, and a lot of you are asking very specific questions at this point of time. Let me tell you this, right? Most of the questions that you are all asking, whether this integration is possible, whether this workflow can be automated, the answer to most of your questions is yes. But you have to open a platform like make.com and go ahead and try first. And when you look at these flowcharts, right? Somebody was also asking how much time would it have taken to build something like this? Yeah, Manish, do you want to talk about it?
Absolutely funny. Yes, I am not sure like what you were about to say, but guys, the one which we built just before the session was kind of a cakewalk, right? We did in hardly 1 hour or 2 hours time. Why? Because I invested good amount of time and effort while learning this platform. Almost 6 years of time happened. Like I started in 2019 after a good career of about 10 years, and then that career switch was happened 2019 until 2025, approximately 6 years gone. And now I built this kind of a proficiency where I can build any of these automation in less than one day, or the automation which I shown you, the social media, could be in half an hour. But what is the key of this whole, let's say, expertise is the practice, right? So I'm keep on practicing these things again and again and again. And that's how we are managing 500 clients on make.com, build thousands of workflows. And that's where this thing comes in. So, funny, you please continue. I just added this over here.
No, I was going to say the same, that, today, if you think the social media management automation that we have built, that, Manish was teaching you while building that, and that is why it took 3 hours. But otherwise, it is the skill that matters, right? Once you practice the skill, and as you saw in this session, it's more about the logical part than just learning the tool, because you can do something like this. Let's say today you got introduced to make.com, but you could do this on N8, you could do this on any other automation tool as well. But it's the logic or the logical flow that really matters, and of course the skill of knowing the tools very, very well. I like the fact that all of you are asking a lot of questions. We will of course not be able to take all the questions in the interest of time, but Manish, if you have to give everybody an advice in terms of how they can start practicing. And by the way, Manish has also recorded a lot of resources for all of you, and I'll talk about that very, very soon so that you can practice. But Manish, any piece of advice that you may want to give to everyone, and I'll also take the liberty of dropping your LinkedIn profile link on the chat. I'm sure people would want to connect with you and, probably reach out to you as well. So folks, you can all go ahead and connect with Manish. If you are looking to learn automations, you can take Manish's support as well. But Manish, any closing thoughts that you may want to share with everyone?
Absolutely funny. So as I said, like the practice part, right? So when I started, I was also asking these kind of questions, and that time there was no support available. These days you have AI, these kind of masterclass, you can get at least some good direction. But the whole idea is the practice part. And why I would say you don't have to think about these kind of large scale automation workflow. You should start your things with a basic use case. See, imagine like if you just wanted to play around with some tool, you can have any fun kind of thing, right? Maybe just 2 modules. Let's try to connect this and that, and let's see what happens. So get into this kind of mindset. Try to explore what you can automate with your personal life, with any of the softwares you're using day in, day out. Try to explore their API documentation, how they look like, are they able to connect with Make or N10 or something like that? Yes, no, and all. And then build basic automation. Start with maybe 1 tool, 2 tools, keep on expanding it to 4, 5, 7, 10, and so on, right? The core idea behind this whole thing is once you interact with any of these tools, any of these basic automation workflows, the fundamentals are going to be repeated all the time. So once you clear them, once you master them, you can build any automation workflow. I told you at the start, it is as good as learning how to drive a car. And once you learn it, you can take it anywhere. Not necessarily you should take it always to the social media automation. You can take it to anywhere, how I shown you. So any use case can be done. Any problem can be solved. You can save a lot of time to people, to businesses, to yourself. So start with practicing with basics and keep on going there. That's it, funny, I think.
Wonderful. I can see that a lot of love is coming your way on the chat. Manish, thank you so much for doing this and helping so many people get started with their journey in automations and AI as well. Thank you so much.
And I'll say, funny, you guys made my Sunday, because these 3 hours, I don't see a single drop in the participant. It was all 6,000 at the start, still all 6,000 at the end. So great. I love your love towards automation. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a good Sunday.
Awesome.
Sure. Thanks a lot, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye, Manish. Bye. All right, folks, with that, we come to the end of the session on AI automations. And I absolutely loved how all of you participated, because usually when we conduct these AI masterminds, and I told you that we had done it before as well, a lot of times when people go ahead and, yes, Sachin, I'm giving a very quick break to everyone right after this, But what truly blew my mind today was that automations is something that is difficult for people to learn. And usually, whenever Manish or any mentor asks questions, there are always a few, incorrect responses that come in, or people always give up, mentioning that, hey, this is not my cup of tea. But it's not even about the incorrect answers at all, because every answer is absolutely right when you are learning. But the fact that none of you gave up, the fact that all of you stuck around and tried to absorb everything, that absolutely blew my mind. Now, I know that all of you are asking for a very quick break, which I will certainly give, but I will also go ahead and tell you what is going to happen right after the break. Right? We will take a 5 minute quick refresher or a breather break. But right after we are done with the break, we will get into the final leg of the AI mastermind, which is the graduation. And then there is also going to be one more session today on how is it that you can make money with AI. Now, as we get into the graduation, I have been telling you since the beginning of the mastermind that there are a lot of bonuses that we will be sharing with everyone, irrespective of whether you have been able to join the AI Accelerator program or not. And a lot of people who were able to join the AI Accelerator program reached out with a lot of questions. So over the next 45 minutes, I will go ahead and reveal all the bonuses that all of you should be getting, all of your well-deserved bonuses. And I will also go ahead and talk about certificates and all of the other logistical things that you might want to go ahead and hear, right? But before we get there, yes, Ranganesh, I read your comment. But before I talk about all of that, and before I give all of you more details about what these bonuses are, how is it that you can get access to them? How are we ending this mastermind on a good note? What are the next steps that we need to take? And before we also go ahead and learn how to make money with all the things that we have learned here, how many of you drop in me on the chat if you would want to make money with all the things that you have learned over this weekend? Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities, and we have been talking about those opportunities ever since this mastermind started yesterday in the morning, and we will be double tapping into that as soon as we come back from the quick 5 minute breather that we will be taking right now. So I'm putting a 5 minute timer on the screen. As soon as it comes to zero, I would want all of you to get back onto your screens. We told you that the day is going to get over by 7 p.m. IST, and we will try to stick to that. It might slightly exceed by about 15-20 minutes today, as we have a lot to share with all of you. So come back as the clock strikes zero, and I'll play a very quick song while all of you come back. इस काम की लगे है कि यार समझ लिया कि है ये आगे से काम करता है और ये आप क्यों से केस में कैसे फिट होता है इसका ये मतलब है कि उसके मास्टरमाइंड में चाहता हूँ मैं सबको बहुत बड़ा ही दूँ बढ़ाई हो बढ़ाई हो बढ़ाई हो बढ़ाई हो बढ़ाई हो छोटी सी ब्रेक चाहता हूँ, मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप सब थोड़ा रिलैक्स करें, एक घूंट पानी लें, क्योंकि आगे हम और तमाम यूज केसेस देखने वाले हैं, और मैं आप सबको वापस यहीं पर देखना चाहता हूँ अगले 5 मिनट में। मैं सबको यहाँ 5 मिनट में वापस देखना चाहता हूँ, इसलिए मेरी ये छोटी सी ब्रेक के लिए भाई और बहनों, मैं छोटी सी तारीफ देना चाहता हूँ। ब्रेक के लिए थोड़ा टाइम लो, रिलैक्स करो और पानी ले लो, और मुझे यहाँ 5 मिनट में मिलो। मैं यहाँ 5 मिनट में आपको मिलता हूँ, जी हाँ 5 मिनट के लिए मैं यहाँ 5 मिनट में आपको मिलता हूँ, जी हाँ बधाई हो ब्रेक के लिए थोड़ा टाइम लो, रिलैक्स करो और पानी ले लो, और मुझे यहाँ 5 मिनट में मिलो। मैं यहाँ 5 मिनट में आपको मिलता हूँ, मैं यहाँ 5 मिनट में आपको मिलता हूँ।
समझ गया कि ये क्या है, ये कैसे काम करता है, और ये आपके उस केस में कैसे फिट होता है। इसका ये मतलब है कि आप आउट स्किल के मास्टर माइंड है। मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं सबको बहुत बढ़ाई दूँ, बढ़ाई हो बढ़ाई हो बढ़ाई हो बढ़ाई हो। और मैं ये छोटी सी ब्रेक चाहता हूँ, मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप सब थोड़ा रिलैक्स करें, एक घूंट पानी लें, क्योंकि आगे हमारे बॉस यूज केसेस देखने वाले हैं। और मैं आप सबको वापस यहीं पर देखना चाहता हूँ। अगले 5 मिनट में मैं सबको यहाँ 5 मिनट में वापस देखना चाहता हूँ। इसलिए मैं मेरी ये छोटी सी ब्रेक के लिए भाइयों और बहनों मैं छोटी सी तारीफ देना चाहता हूँ। ब्रेक के लिए थोड़ा टाइम लो, रिलैक्स करो और पानी ले लो, और मुझे यहाँ 5 मिनट में मिलो। मैं यहाँ 5 मिनट में आपको मिलता हूँ, जी हाँ 5 मिनट के लिए मैं यहाँ 5 मिनट में आपको मिलता हूँ, जी हाँ। बढ़ाई हो बढ़ाई हो। ब्रेक के लिए थोड़ा टाइम लो, रिलैक्स करो और पानी ले लो, और मुझे यहाँ 5 मिनट में मिलो। मैं यहाँ 5 मिनट में आपको मिलता हूँ, मैं यहाँ 5 मिनट में आपको मिलता हूँ।
All right, folks, as you come back, drop in the word back on the chat as you come back, and let me know if you are ready to get into the graduation and the session on making money with all the things that we learned over this weekend. Wonderful. Awesome. Now, as all of you went on your break, right, I was just going through the messages that came out in the chat box, and two messages really stuck to my eyes, and I quickly wanted to talk about those, right? One is a lot of you have been asking about data security with all of these AI models, right? Because and I truly understand where the data concerns are coming from. Ever since we got started yesterday, we learned how to use these large language models in the right way. We went through a lot of generative AI tools. We saw a lot of possibilities with image and video models, and all of you asked about copyright issues there, and we very well told you that all these tools today, if you have the paid versions of these tools, there are no copyright issues that essentially come in, right? But when it comes to data security, the concern is, as of today, it is there, and that is what I would honestly tell you. And one of the reasons behind that is primarily that a lot of governments have not yet put out laws to guardrail or put guardrails around how this technology can essentially be used, right? So there is a concern when it comes to data security, but how can you make your way around that? There are two solutions to this, right? The session that you attended on automations, you all got introduced to APIs, and in the whole automation workflow that we followed, there were API connections that were involved. Now, one thing that you can always remember is that whenever you're using an API connection, the data usually is safe, and the better way of using all of these AI models is to be able to locally install them. Vaibhav did show that today in the morning in terms of how you can use tools like Bolt or Ulama, etc., through which you can locally install these AI models and use them in your computers, in your local environments, without having to connect to the internet. If you go ahead and do that, and majority of the corporations today are vouching for local AI models, right? And that is what we have been doing inside of Outskill as well. And as you look at the new launches of laptops, etc., that are coming out, a lot of these laptops today that are coming into the market are coming with inbuilt AI features inside of them, so that you are able to run these models locally without having to connect to the internet as well. When you do that, your data is absolutely safe and secure, but the only drawback of that, of locally installing models and running them, is that whenever there is a model update that happens, which happens quite frequently these days, that does not get reflected when you're using an offline AI model, right? But going forward in the future, probably in the next 6 months, because there are talks happening about this all across the world, you will see a lot of laws coming around, security of these AI models, and also data security primarily, right? And ethical usage of all these AI models is absolutely important, and educating people around the ethical usage of AI models is absolutely, while it is important, it also becomes everybody's responsibility. Now, the other message from the chat box that really caught my eye was, hey, this mastermind was great, but it was absolutely unethical to have people sit for 16 hours and learn at a stretch. Now, when we crafted this entire experience, I very well knew, being an educator myself, I very well knew that it's not going to be easy, primarily for people who have more than 10 or 15 years of experience, who are of the age of 45 or 50 plus. We knew that it's not going to be easy to stick around for 16 hours or 8 hours on one day and 8 hours on the next day and absorb everything. Cognitive abilities get pushed to another extent when you take part in events like these, and we had a lot of debates around that. But looking at the way AI is progressing, if people don't learn everything today, tomorrow could become very, very challenging. And we tried different forms of teaching people. We tried to break it down over an entire week. We tried multiple different models, but when you don't consciously put in that effort, you don't end up learning, or you don't end up absorbing everything. And like I have been iterating since the beginning of yesterday, the purpose of everything that we covered in this mastermind was to expose you to the length and breadth of generative AI. Now, if you think that this weekend has been one of the most productive weekends for you in terms of the learnings that you have had, and you are still feeling okay in spite of all the effort that you put in, your minds might be drained out, I know, but if you feel that this weekend was very useful for you, drop in agree on the chat. If you agree that this weekend was very different from all of your other weekends, and I just want to see what everybody feels about this. I know that there was a lot of effort that you put in, right? But we are now at the final leg of this entire mastermind, right? Kudos to all of you. Yeah, I thank you so much for that love on the chat box as well, folks. I will get to the certificates. I will get to talking about all of that as well, right? While all of you were consuming this content, we were very much involved in providing this experience to all of you, sitting with you all throughout yesterday and today. So we will make sure that you walk out with everything that you're supposed to be walking out with. But before I talk about all the bonuses, there's one very important thing that I would want all of you to do. Mohammed Nadeem, it will be great if you don't put the same message multiple times on the chat box. This is essentially why we always have to keep the chat box turned off. But kudos and big congratulations to each one of you for completing this mastermind end to end. Vaibhav did go ahead and reveal it already that there is a bonus day as well that is happening tomorrow. So technically this is not the end of the mastermind, but kudos to all of you for sticking around for 16 hours. And I want all of you to go ahead and drop in a congratulations message to everybody else who is on this call, because when we got started, we had more than 15,000 people join in yesterday. But today we are down to almost 6,000 people on the call at this point of time. And I did tell you yesterday that not everybody will be able to stick around till the end and complete it. So can you all go ahead and drop in a congratulations to yourself and to everybody else who is on the call as well. And I have put the chat to everyone so that you are able to send your congratulations out to everybody who is on this call. All of you deserve to succeed because of the effort that you have started to put in. And I also want all of you to drop in a thanks. And this time, you're not going to be thanking me, you're not going to be thanking the mentors who did this entire mastermind for you, but I want you to recognize the effort that your friends or your family members would have put in while all of you were sitting and learning for 8 hours yesterday and 8 hours today. So drop in a thanks to whoever helped you make this happen for yourself. They might have helped you in the form of giving you water while you were learning, might have given you food while you were learning. Go ahead and tell them, or if you have the luxury of staying with somebody who has helped you, go ahead and share your gratitude with them. It's very important to share gratitude with everybody who helps us in life. Wonderful. I love all the love that all of you are sharing on the chat. I'm absolutely loving it. On that note, let me go ahead and share the next steps from here with all of you. What are the next steps? We learned for 16 hours, but what should we be doing after this? Well, there are two things. One, of course, is that you have to continue, or you have to practice everything that you learned over yesterday and today. And the second, which may not be relevant for everybody, but will be relevant for 99% of the people, because I know that 99% of you would want to monetize, or even know how you can go ahead and monetize once you're able to practice all of these different skills. And I will be taking a quick, it's not even a session that I would be taking, but I will share some raw stuff with all of you in terms of what people are really doing who have already gone neck deep into generative AI. What are the kind of opportunities that they are getting as of today, and how are they able to put all of that to be able to go ahead and make side income while doing their full-time roles as well. And that is something that I do. A lot of our team members also do in the form of consulting, in the form of launching our own agencies. And that opportunity which is there today is not going to be there tomorrow. And that is the reason why towards the end of me revealing all of these bonuses to you, I will also go ahead and share some tips and tricks in terms of how you can put all of the things that you have learned to use and eventually be able to make money off all of this, right? So are you ready to get started? Are you ready to listen to all the bonuses that you will all be getting? And as all of you drop in ready on the chat, there are a total of 6 different bonuses that I will be talking about. This is the time when we will be sharing all the resources also on the chat box. So have your eyes on the chat box, because I will keep it closed so that I can share some important links with all of you as I go ahead and talk about these resources to everyone. Now, while we have 6 different bonuses, 5 of these bonuses are for everyone. 5 are for everybody. And the 6th bonus that I will be revealing may not be for everybody, right? And these bonuses are applicable for each person who is listening to me at this point of time, whether or not you have taken the AI Accelerator program or the next step with Outskill. We told you all what our larger vision is. And our larger vision is to help people learn and grow in the field of generative AI, because we truly believe, and you have seen it for yourself, that this is the technology that is going to take over for the next many, many years to come. In fact, I was reading an article today, and the article was an extract of a podcast of Sam Altman with Nikhil Kamath. You all should certainly go ahead and check out this podcast. You will find it on YouTube. But he goes on to say that the phones and the laptops that we have today, or the computers that we use today, these are not enough for us to be able to run the AI models, right? You will eventually in the next, or we will all eventually in the next 5 to 10 years, probably start seeing better hardware as well that will start supporting AI models. What do I mean by that? When the internet revolution happened, that is when a lot of gadgets also started coming out, right? Mobile phones started, more and more people started buying or purchasing mobile phones. Lot of digital devices started coming out. Smart TVs started coming out with the support of, getting connected to Wi-Fi directly. All of that happened because of internet revolution. And that kind of a revolution is what we are all seeing right now. And I'm super happy that all of you took that step towards understanding generative AI slightly deeper than everybody else. And we would like to, through these bonuses, help you all take this journey forward on your own as well. So, bonus number one, and I will turn the reactions on at this point of time. I would want to see how all of you are reacting to the bonuses that you will be seeing. Bonus number one. Bonus number one is something that Manish had already gone ahead and shared with all of you. 10,000 operations on make.com. Now, when you go ahead and register for a platform like make.com, and this is a complaint that all of you also shared with us directly or indirectly, that why are all of these tools paid tools? Well, we tried to do as much as we can with a lot of our partnerships, but all of you are going to get 10,000 operations on make.com. Usually when people sign up, they get 1,000 operations, which is not enough to go ahead and build any automation. But with 10,000 operations, all of you can go ahead and start practicing without having to spend a rupee or a dollar. That is bonus number one that we already spoke about. Bonus number two is that for all the people who said that this session on AI automations was overwhelming and you could not grasp everything, and for all the people who understood and grasped everything as well, everybody is going to get 3 recorded tutorials of AI automations that have been built on make.com. And trust me when I say this, the best way to learn how to build your own AI automations is by seeing and replicating. It took me almost 2.5 years to be able to learn and get better at building automations itself. And all that I did, of course, I did a lot of self-teaching, but later on I realized that it all becomes easier when you are able to replicate. And with that ideology, we went ahead and recorded 3 AI automation scenarios and how these scenarios have been built as well, so that all of you can watch these recorded tutorials at your own pace and replicate and learn. The third bonus is again something I love the hearts, I love the claps, I love the celebrations that are coming in on the chat, and I'm just super excited to kind of go ahead and reveal the other bonuses as well. Bonus number 3 is something that Weber sneaked in his session, which is, I wanted to reveal it to all of you, but he didn't let me. This is not the end of the mastermind, right? While you feel that we learned quite a lot over the last 16 hours, there's still one thing that we could not go very, very deep into. And that is product building with AI. And the other aspect that we could not go very, very deep into is everything that we did yesterday and today was without writing a single line of code. And as I ran the poll today and yesterday, I saw that 35% of you are actually software engineers. And how many of you know how to write code? Drop in me on the chat, and it could be any coding language, right? Any computer language. If you write code, it could be Java, could be C++, could be React, could be Python, right? Lots and lots of you, yeah, and all the people who do not know how to write code, you don't have to worry at all, because over yesterday and today we already showed you the potential of no-code technology and what is it that you can do without writing code. But there is, obviously, if the technology is getting this powerful, what will all these software engineers end up doing? Right? That is an obvious question that should come to your mind. If people don't have to write code today, what will the people who have been writing code, what will they end up doing? Well, they will also continue as engineers itself, because the world still would need a lot of engineers. Maybe not as many engineers as we have today, but we will still require highly skilled engineers. And these engineers will essentially go ahead and work on fine-tuning large language models, work on building highly scalable enterprise level software, work on building AI agents that are highly scalable for different enterprises, which are still not possible without writing a single line of code, right? And all these languages that many of you are mentioning, which is React, C++, all those, from what I have learned over the last many years, all of those languages are basically not going to help you move forward. If there's one language that you want to learn or want to prosper in, that should be Python, right? And tomorrow's session is going to show you all how products can be built with AI. And the session is going to have two parts so that it's relevant for everyone, right? We are going to be talking about how we can build products and AI agents without writing code, but we are also going to show you how that can be done by writing code as well. So the mentor who is going to be coming in tomorrow, his name is Dilip. He's an AI strategist. He has been working with Outskill for a very, very long time, and he has done his PhD from IIT, right, in the artificial intelligence space. So he's going to be covering both without writing code and by writing code, what is it that can be done as well. And this session is going to happen from 7:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. IST. We know that it's a working day for everyone, but all the 6,000 people that are attentively listening to me right now, I would want to see all of you tomorrow as well. So that is bonus number 3. Now, bonus number 4. Let me take a sip of water. Now I know that a lot of you had a lot of anxiety all throughout yesterday and today. And the anxiety was primarily, hey, they're teaching such knowledgeable stuff. How am I going to grasp everything? Or how am I going to remember everything? Why are they not providing me resources? Why are they making it seem like a jail? A lot of people also reached out after yesterday's long day saying, I just need the recordings. And I said, no, hold on. We cannot provide the recordings. But you know what? That was an absolute lie that I had to hold on to for the last 16 hours. I, of course, did not want to lie to anybody. But the only reason I did that, I want to ask all of you one question as I speak about bonus 4, right? If I had told you all that the recording would be provided, do you think you would have actually sat all throughout yesterday and all throughout today without spending this weekend with your friends and ending up thinking that, hey, I anyway will have access to the recordings. I will probably watch the recordings next week or the week after that. You have the answer right there. So all the people who went ahead and, questioned the integrity, questioned why we are not able to provide recordings, the answer is because we wanted people to learn, and we wanted people to learn this weekend. That is the urgency that we are all seeing with AI, and that is why we wanted to make it happen for all of you. And we know a thing or two about human psychology. If we had told you outrightly that recordings would be provided, you would not have joined in. Now, people who have already paid for the recordings, you will be getting, you did not pay for the mastermind recordings at all. You paid for recordings of AI tutorials. So it's a different library that we built out wherein we go very deep into AI tools, and you will all get that recorded content. People who have paid specifically for that while registering into this mastermind by taking a pump. Nobody paid for the recordings of the mastermind, and each one of you will be getting the recordings of the mastermind. And people who have paid or taken that additional pump, you will be getting another content library which has recordings of or walkthroughs of multiple AI tools that we have built out. Helps all beginners understand how to grow their own generative AI tool stack for themselves, right? So this is what we have done for everybody. And now that you have seen the potential of generative AI, I truly believe that this curiosity will help you or make you go through these recordings once again. And when you go through these recordings, there are practice material that we have also built out, right? We built out workbooks because while you go through the recordings, we also want you to get some hands-on practice. Unless and until you use these AI tools and build these AI workflows yourself, with your mind and with your hands, you will not be able to get started on the journey of becoming an AI generalist. So I will go ahead and show these workbooks that we have built out for everybody. And these workbooks are as detailed as we could make them. right? Let me open up one of them and show you. Let's say today in the morning we learned how to create Gemini gems. You have a workbook right here that says creating Gemini gems, and as you go into the workbook and scroll down, you will find that in every workbook we have given you tasks that you have to go ahead and accomplish, or tasks that you have to go ahead and do, right? And if you're getting stuck, you have the recordings to go back to and watch to unblock yourself, right? But it's very, very important that you go ahead and practice. So if you look at task 1, in this task we are asking you to build an AI assistant to write LinkedIn posts. Exactly the same thing that we showed you, but unless you do it yourself, you will not know how to solve problems using the same workflow, right? So as you scroll down, for every task inside every workbook, we have also given you step-by-step instructions and included the prompts. Lot of you have been asking, can I get the prompt that Vaibhav has used? Can I get the prompt that Shantanu was using? Can I get the prompt that Manish was using? And I kept telling you, wait, hold on. We are going to give you everything. And there you go. You have all the prompts here, and we will also be sharing a separate document with all the prompts as well with all of you. But as you scroll down, we learned about the markdown prompting structure. We have that in the workbook as well, right? These are all example prompts that we have put in. You should ideally try to write these prompts on your own. It's not rocket science. It's pure English. If you don't allow yourself to push your own boundaries, you will, trust me when I say this, you will get stuck later on if you are into that game of copy pasting, right? Copy pasting days are over. The days of unleashing your own creativity for solving problems has come in, and that is why everybody who thinks they can just copy paste will not work anymore, right? We have included screenshots and everything around it inside these workbooks and made them as detailed and as self-explanatory as possible. Now, if I open the workbook on AI automations, it takes me to this kind of a PDF file, and as I scroll down, you have 3 different automation scenarios that are listed out here. The same link that Manish has shared on the chat box with all of you, that is also there inside this workbook itself, right? It is also there inside this workbook so that all of you can go ahead and access it. And as you go down, you will find automation scenarios, you will find Google Sheet links that you can go ahead and use for the automation scenarios as you practice, and everything else is listed out step by step inside these workbooks. There are 4 of these, even for images and videos. All of you reached out to us saying, hey, why are all of these tools that Shantanu showed, why are they paid versions? How can I practice on a paid version? And I just kept telling you, have patience all throughout the session as it was going on, right? Now, in this particular workbook, you will see not only the process of going ahead and being able to create your own brand movies or marketing collaterals and all of that, but you will actually get exposed to AI tools or diffusion models that give you free credits. Unfortunately, there are no tools that are completely free, but there are tools that will give you free credits. Leonardo is a classic example, very, very good with image generation. You can go ahead and use Leonardo because it gives you 150 credits every day. So even if your credits run out today, you have the option of going ahead and returning tomorrow, because tomorrow you will again have 150 credits in your account, right? Similarly, we saw Runway, and Runway ML gives 125 credits as you get started, but then you can use to be able to convert your images into videos, and all these tools are extremely friendly for end users, right? So you will all be able to go ahead and figure out, because you have seen much better tools yesterday in the session like Kriya or Kriya and Kling and all of that we had used yesterday. Now, in that workflow, you also saw that Shantanu had gone ahead and used Final Cut Pro to be able to stitch all the videos together. Now, I would not expect all of you to go ahead and use Final Cut Pro, but you can use a VN video editor or a Canva or a DaVinci Pro to be able to go ahead and do the same, right? And 11 Labs also gives you credits that you can go ahead and play around with. Do you think this is helpful? drop in helpful on the chat if you think all of this is going to be helpful for all of you. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right, let me quickly pause the chat, and what I will do right now is I will go ahead and share this link with all of you so that you immediately have access to it. It will also come to the emails only of the people who stay till the end of today, right? So we have an automation system at place that checks who are the people who have completed. And if you have stayed until this point, you're going to get this as an email also. But I've shared the link on the chat box. The other link that I quickly wanted to share with everyone was also the link of the recordings. But the recordings, in fact, I'll not be able to share the link of the recordings right away with all of you because the recordings are not uploaded. The session is still going on. It's technically not possible for us to upload the recording right away. But once we put the recordings up, you will be getting access to something like this, right? You will get access to a dashboard like this one, and it will come to you on email. It will come to you on your WhatsApp as well, that the recordings are uploaded and that you can go ahead and access them. So when you go in here, this is something that we had done for our previous batch. So your recordings are not uploaded yet. But if you look at this, you have day 1 recordings here, day 2 recordings are available, day 3 recordings are also going to be provided. You have quizzes that we have put up here so that you are learning. When you're self-learning or when you're going through these recordings, you can go ahead and participate in these quizzes. Or now that you have attended this entire mastermind, you can go ahead and quiz yourself as well. Very simple to go ahead and access as well. You have these quizzes that you can go ahead and participate in. And you also have the workbooks tab over here where you have access to all of these workbooks. And if I actually show you how we have gone ahead and listed the recordings, if I open up one of these recordings, right, you will have a detailed session overview. You will have timestamps of the entire session. You will have the list of the tools that have been used in the session and the prompts as well that have been used in the session. All of it will be put up very, very nicely on a dashboard like this, and the link will be shared with all of you so that you can go ahead and access. And for all the people who have been asking me about certificate, I will join my hands and I will show it to you right now so that you don't ask me about the certificate again. While I do believe that this certificate can be important for you to go ahead and show on your LinkedIn profile and on your resume, the true certificate becomes your own AI portfolio that you could go ahead and build, right? So you practice, you build solutions, you show those solutions to people. That is what is going to get you a client, or that is what is going to get you a job. But yeah, we are supposed to be giving you a certificate. So here is how you can go ahead and claim your certificate. You will have a link, and when you click on this link, it will ask you to enter your name, your email address, and your phone number. Once you enter that, our system automatically checks whether you are somebody who has completed the mastermind or not. If you have not completed the mastermind, it will basically give you an error message saying you did not complete the mastermind and you will not be getting the certificate. But if you are somebody who has completed the entire mastermind, it will accept you and you will be able to generate your certificate from here itself, right? And you can basically go ahead and download the certificate from there and go ahead and share it on LinkedIn or share it as part of your resume as well, right? Now these are bonuses that everybody is getting access to. The other link that I would like to go ahead and share on the chat box is, I told all of you that the larger mission at Outskill is to be able to help more than 100 million plus people learn and get exposed to generative AI. And it is going to be very, very difficult for us to be able to achieve that on our own. There's a lot of marketing expense involved. There's a lot of operational expense that is involved. And it will make a difference to the entire world if you also decide to join our hand in this entire mission that we are chasing. I want to ask all of you, how heart to heart right now. Do you think these 2 days or this AI mastermind event that you have attended is probably the best training events that you have ever attended? Drop in a yes if you truly believe that this has been one of the best trainings that you have ever attended. We tried to put our heart and soul into everything that we did over yesterday and today, and I will take your feedback in case there is anybody who feels that we have not done enough. We will take your feedback towards the end, right? But drop in me. I see all of the yeses that are coming in, and that truly warms my heart. But drop in me on the chat if you have at least one person that you can think of who will benefit by attending this mastermind. Drop in me if you are able to think of at least one person right now who will benefit from this mastermind. And yeah, I will show you how you can go ahead and invite them. Of course, you can go ahead and share about this mastermind with them, and they can find it on our website as well. But if you don't want them to have to make the payment from the website, you can go ahead and share your own referral link to them. Now, early on, we never had a referral program. But then as people were referring their friends organically, and a lot of you would have also gotten referred into this mastermind, as people were doing that organically, we realized that we should probably not, like we should, probably reward people who are doing that very, very well and participating in this mission as well. Because at the end of the day, as an educational institute, what we stand for is the larger community growing, right? And that is the reason why we decided to go ahead and reward people for going ahead and talking about the AI mastermind as well. You can choose to do it, or you can choose to absolutely not do it. It's up to you, right? It is absolutely up to you if you want to participate in this global mission or not. And if you want to go ahead and donate or refer this mastermind to others, you can absolutely do that by signing up into this challenge. And once you sign up into this challenge, what the system allows for you is it gives you a unique referral link. Copy your referral link. When you copy this particular link and let's say you share it with your friends, they will be able to see a page like this. And on this page, they will be able to go ahead and register directly into the mastermind, right? When they do that, you will get some points. And if you are on top of the leaderboard and you only have genuine points, you will also get some rewards from us, which we will be communicating, right, to all of you as you get them. It's basically going to come in the form of some tools that you will get access to in case you are in the top 100 participants of the leaderboard. And what you could also do is we have kind of made it easy for all of you, which is we have given you certain options that you can go ahead and share directly from here itself. So if let's say you have a WhatsApp group that you may want to share it with, you can just simply copy this entire template, go to your WhatsApp group and share it with them. And this WhatsApp group could be a WhatsApp group where all your work colleagues are sitting. This could be a WhatsApp group where your housing society is sitting. This could be a WhatsApp group with only your friends. You can go ahead and share it there. You can also share it on LinkedIn or on Facebook or on Twitter, and it's going to be super helpful for us. Now, please don't game the system and try to get as many points as possible by putting in fake leads into the system. That is not going to be helpful for either you nor us. When we are giving out these bonuses as well to the people who are coming on top of the leaderboard, we do check why someone has higher points than everybody else, right? So we have all of those checks and practices available, but we want you to do this with a genuine heart, with the genuine with the intent of genuinely spreading positive word all across, right? So if you if you have signed up into this link, drop in done on the chat. If you have signed up and if you have gotten your own referral link, drop in done on the chat. Done on the chat. Perfect. Already referred 2 people. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Right. All right. All right. All right. Now, reshare the link. Okay. I'll share the link once again. Give me a second. Yeah. There you go. This is where you can sign up, and once you sign up, you will be receiving your own unique referral link, and you can go ahead and share that with as many people as you may want to. Now, we already spoke about the certificate, and like I said, I'll not spend too much time on this. I have a lot of other things to cover as well, but each one of you, congratulations for earning your certificate as well. Now, I told you all that bonus 6 is not going to be for everybody. Now, there are two reasons why we had to add bonus 6 and we never had bonus 6 before. It is primarily because after we spoke about the AI accelerator program today, a lot of you, after the 20-minute timer got done and we disabled the payment links, a lot of you reached out to us saying either you could not go ahead and block your seat, either the payment link was not working for you, either you had to like go ahead and arrange some money in spite of us telling you yesterday and giving you a heads up. You reached out to us saying that if extra time is given, you will be able to make it. A lot of you said that you were not able to make your mind yet, and for those people, if you have not been able to make your mind yet, that is completely up to you, right? But for all of the others, we told you that we will try and help you out, and because we wanted everybody to always be on the same page, we did not want to extend the time for one person and not do it for others, and that is the reason why we decided to go ahead and include a bonus 6, which is we are once again opening up a chance for you to enroll into the AI Generalist Accelerator program if you think it is going to be helpful for you, right? And the links are going to be active only for the next 15 minutes from now, and then they will get auto disabled. I'm going to quickly share the link with all of you. Give me 1 second to do that. Okay. There you go. The link is on the chat box. If for whatever reason you were not able to enroll in the afternoon today, when we spoke about the AI Journalist Accelerator program, in that 20-minute window, if you were not able to enroll, we have still kept it equal and same for everyone. The same offer is available right now for the next 15 minutes on the link that I've dropped in on the chat box, right? A lot of you also reached out to us asking us about the AI Generalist Fellowship program. And this, I believe, is something that you found on our website, right? How many of you have this question of what is this AI Generalist Fellowship program? Why do we have it on our website and why didn't we really talk about it? Drop in me on the chat if you went ahead, saw this on our website, and oh my God, there are lots and lots of people, right? So I wanted to, no wonder we got so many emails about the AI Journalist Fellowship program. Give me 1 second. Okay. A lot of you also went ahead and asked us about the AI Journalist Fellowship program and why we didn't talk about it. And that is the reason why I went ahead and added a couple of slides to give you the clarity in terms of why we did not talk about it and how the AI Journalist Fellowship program is different from the AI Accelerator program, right? Now, while we spoke about the AI Journalist Accelerator program, we did mention that the accelerator program is meant to make your learnings faster, to be able to help you. You will be able to make the most of the AI Journalist Accelerator program if you are willingly giving your 100% effort into it, because we understand that it is an intense program with 14 consecutive days of learning. 100 plus hours of live teaching is what you're going to be having in the accelerator program, and trust me, nothing beats it. But we also have a flagship program called the AI Journalist Fellowship program, which we don't talk about at all. It's there on our website. People who want to go ahead and apply to it, they pay 5,000 rupees to apply to the 6-month AI Journalist Fellowship program. They take an interview, And if they are clearing the interview, that is when we select people into the 6-month AI Journalist Fellowship program. So it is firstly not for everybody. And the reason why there is a difference in both of these programs is not because of what is taught. So if you look at what is taught, it is exactly the same. But the difference only comes in how it is taught, right? The AI Journalist Accelerator program runs over 14 days, and every day we will be learning. Monday to Friday will be 7:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. IST, and Saturday and Sunday is going to be full days in the AI Journalist Accelerator program. So in 14 days, we try to accomplish everything that is pertaining to the 5 different levels that we spoke of. The AI, but in a longer period of time, right? It's a 6-month long program, and because everybody cannot put in time or commit to 6 months of learning, and we are very, very serious about high completion rates inside all of our programs, and we are very serious about the end outcomes that our learners achieve from the programs. We hate it when people join a 6-month long fellowship program and don't show up or don't complete it. And that is the reason why we have completely gated the 6-month AI Journalist Fellowship program. We only allow people into it after we conduct an interview, after we understand one-on-one as to why a 6-month long period is required for you to learn what you could learn in 14 days as well. And if you have a fair answer to that, could be the fact that you're not at all available during the weekdays, could be the fact that you are a slow learner. That is the primary difference. If you are somebody who likes to learn slow, who likes to take more time to practice things and learn on the go, that is what the 6-month AI Journalist Fellowship program really solves for. It's not an accelerated track, it's a much slower track wherein we meet only during the weekends. We spend a lot more time learning the same 5 different levels, and because we have a lot more time with you, there is a lot more practice that you will be doing, and you'll be going very, very deep, which is not the purpose of the AI Journalist Accelerator program, right? And when it comes to the price, there is also a difference in the price, right? The AI Journalist Accelerator program is priced at 3.5 lakh rupees on our website. And the 6-month AI Journalist Fellowship program is priced at 6 lakh rupees on our website. So it's double the price. But for all the people who are getting selected for the 6-month AI Journalist Fellowship program, we are doing a scholarship to make it affordable for people in case people get selected. And this scholarship is active till the 24th of August, right? So everybody who takes an interview for the 6-month AI Journalist Fellowship and gets selected before the 24th of August gets a scholarship, and the price comes down to approximately 2 lakh rupees in Indian currency for the 6-month AI Journalist Fellowship program. And in USD, it is about $6,000 that it comes to, right, after the scholarship. So this is the difference between the 6-month AI Journalist Fellowship program and the AI Journalist Accelerator program, right? Now, what we have also done, because we know that all of you have completed the AI Mastermind, and this is one of the few times that we have decided to do this. A lot of queries had come in about the 6-month AI Journalist Fellowship program, and all of you have completed the AI Mastermind today, which means that all of you have a very high intent. And that is the reason why, if you actually go into Outskill's website and look at the AI Journalist Fellowship program that we have listed out, you will primarily see it in the Explore courses. And we have 2 different tracks here. One is an AI Journalist Fellowship track, and one is an engineering track, where we talk code, where we teach you how with Python, right? Let's say you look at AI Journalist Fellowship program and you click on Apply Now, right? It will basically take you into a payment page right here, right? And this payment page will take you to a 5,000 rupee interview blocking page. It's not a payment for the fellowship at all. It is a payment that people make on our website to take a 1v1 interview with us, because people also consider these interview calls to be calls that will give them direction in terms of how they can go ahead and move forward in their own AI journey. Because we have been into this space since the last 3.5 years, we have also been helping people figure out what are the right career decisions that they should be taking as suggestions. And that is the reason why people pay for these interview calls. But today, what we are doing for all of you is we are waiving off the 5,000 rupee booking amount. Not for everybody, because we can't do it for everybody, but we are doing it for the first 100 people who might want to go ahead and block an interview slot. Now, as I do this, I know that the 100 slots will go away in a fly. So I'm going to give you all 30 seconds to decide whether you want to take this opportunity and book a 1v1 interview call with us and stand a chance to get selected for the AI Journalist Fellowship Program. By the way, we keep it very, very, we keep the fellowship programs community very close-knit, and the selection rate has been close to around 7 to 8% in the last round that we had done. So out of 100 people who came and spoke to us in the interviews by paying 5,000 rupees, we selected 7 to 8 people. Why? Because we felt that all the others wouldn't cut it for a 6-month long program, and we suggested them to go ahead and find other options. And we gave the entire roadmap away to everybody, right? And people who have taken the AI Journalist Accelerator program, if you want to go ahead and move into the 6-month AI Journalist Fellowship program, you could also do that, but not by paying, by taking an interview. So now I hope all of you have made a decision. I'm dropping in the link, and this particular link will allow you to go ahead and block your interview absolutely for free for the first 100 people who are going to get their interviews here, right? You click on that link. When you click on the link, I will show you what will open up. When you click on the link, a page like this will open up for you. Inside this, you will be able to find few slots that are available. Let's say you click on Monday and 10:40 a.m. works out for you. You click on next and you enter your details here. Enter which industry you are from. We would like to know who you are and what is it that you do before we even get on a call with you, so that we are able to provide that right guidance to you, right? And select the years of experience that you have, and also which track are you really interested to apply to, right? With coding or without coding is what you can go ahead and select. With coding is something that you can go ahead and select if you are an engineer, if you write code as of today. But without coding is something that you can select if you are a non-technical person, right? And if you're confused between either of these, you can book either of those as long as the slots are available. And in the interview call, our team will also be able to help you decide which track of the program would be helpful for all of you. But if you were to ask me, right, if you are somebody who can learn things fast, who can commit to a 14-day time period, I would say AI Accelerator program should be the go-to option for you for multiple reasons, right? The accelerated version of the program allows you to learn everything faster than everybody else. What is the advantage that learning faster gives you today? There are a lot of opportunities in the market, but very less people to be able to grasp those opportunities today. Eventually, as days go by, a lot of people will learn what you are learning. A lot of people will become better than you at what you are currently trying to do. And the same opportunities that exist today will not exist probably 1 year later. So people who want to get into this have to get into this as early as possible before everybody else to continue to have a chance. right? Of course, you could say that I will go ahead and enroll into the AI Generalist Accelerator program right now, and then I will block a call as well so that I can decide which one is perfect for me. That is also absolutely fine, and that is the reason why we are also giving people the option to upgrade as well. But as all of you do this, right, and one more advice that I would like to give you, take it if you want to take it, or you can choose to ignore it as well. If I were you, if I was in your place right now, not as an educator but as a learner, I would go ahead and absolutely seek opportunities, be it with Outskill or other places as well. I would go ahead and seek opportunities that would help me learn faster than everybody else, right? The reason is, when you try to do it on your own, you might think that it is possible to learn on our own, but it is possible, but it takes a lot more time than what it actually needs, right? I did not have a lot of opportunities when I started learning AI, and that's why we started self-teaching ourselves, 2.5 to 3 years back. And then when we realized that it was getting way difficult for us to self-teach ourselves, we went ahead, and because we are into the space of education and we wanted our program to be the best that exists out there, we went ahead and took up all the AI courses that exist, right? And we learned from there, took out the best practices from everywhere, added a thing or two about what we know, and we built out both of these programs. People did not have these kind of opportunities earlier. Today, these opportunities exist. Now, you might be somebody who is not able to afford the 15,000 rupees or the 95,000 rupees or the special offer that we had put out today, right? You might not be able to afford it, and for those people, it's absolutely fine. But if you can afford, and if you're not going ahead and taking that help or seeking that help, I would want you to go ahead and reconsider your thought process, right? There's a reason why all of us went to schools. There's a reason why all of us went to universities. Whatever was taught there, we could have learned it from the internet as well. But when you learn with people, your thought process also builds up. People inside of our community, and I'll show this video to all of you for you to get a glimpse of how our community has come together. And this is not the same video that we showed you in the afternoon today. You will get a sense of what people who have graduated from these programs are now starting to do. They've come together, they're trying to build things on their own. I will actually go ahead and play this. It's right, and that is the kind of opportunity that you have only today. Right after playing this video, I'll jump into this 15 to 20 minute section on how to make money with AI. But as this video comes to the end, all the links will also get disabled. All the links will also get disabled. So you have technically the last chance to go ahead and take a call right now, whether you want to go ahead and enroll into the AI Accelerator program, or you want to go ahead and block an interview slot absolutely for free, right? So let me go ahead and play this video right now.
I am Neha Bapna. I am a marketing automation and marketing operations expert with close to 2 decades of experience behind me.
Yeah, I am Caroline. I come from south of France.
My name is Manoj Matre. I work for Disney, the IT.
My name is Natalie Ramanon-Soufra. I am both a multiple entrepreneur and an executive advisor. I've been since 38 years, actually, in the industry of entrepreneurship.
I'm Bambilasha, and I'm right now taking care of my family business.
I felt like I'm with my family. It's been like I flew from US. I landed at 2 a.m. and I was here at 10 a.m. for the event. And you guys have planned very well. And your follow-ups and your information exchange and all the automation you have put together is beautiful. And all the things what you have done here logistically has made people home. Even though they come from so far, even though I have a jet lag, but I didn't feel like, but everything was planned so nicely. So thank you for doing that, and
I have attended so many programs in my career, and for this young team to be able to pull off an event of this stature was absolutely fantastic.
And I do strongly believe in the necessity to become generalist. Like I said, I'm a generalist myself because I don't come from a technical background, and I think that many years ago this was probably something like a weakness for me. But today, when you look at what it takes to really properly handle digital transformation, being a journalist is really a must-have.
I must say, I've been saying that since yesterday, that you guys have put up a fantabulous show. I loved it.
Very nice people, very kind, very open-minded, very interested into it. Not like I'm here to show off. So it's really a family type even. And all this presentation, they made sense. That it was very interesting to listen to see this. You always hear stories, but these were told in a way that you were captivated. There was some real answers you wanted to hear. So yeah, perfect day.
But because I've attended so many of your programs, I've seen the quality of content. And the best part is I've seen so many people who don't update their content like forever, and they think that, sab kuch chalta hai, which is not the case here. And I see the passion. So, I find it's a great relationship because my passion needs to match somebody else's passion. And that's what happens here. So I think I would just say go for it. There's nothing to think about.
Because you're the best. That's the real thing. I have other courses. Take this one. Don't even bother to look around. I've been looking all of them. In the US, everywhere. Okay,
That
you will
is
work
something
hard.
that I wanted to show you.
We'll bring you something.
And yeah, that is what our community looks like when they all come together. It's a global community that we are trying to build. And all of the people who have enrolled in today, very warm welcome into it. Now, I think that all of the interview slots have gotten blocked out because my team is receiving a lot of messages that the link is not working. Well, if they have gotten blocked out, we are sorry, we cannot do anything in terms of extensions and all of that at this point of time. Only 100 interview slots were open for free, but you can all feel free to go ahead and block an interview slot from our website as well. But should we get started with how we can make money with AI? And I've kept this section very, very raw, like I spoke about earlier. Me being an educator, by going neck deep into generative AI, I have gotten a lot of opportunities over the last 8 to 10 months approximately, right? Ever since I started consulting and ever since I started doing gigs outside of my own full-time role at Outskill. And the reason why I took time was basically to learn. But everything that I'm going to be talking about in the next 20 minutes is primarily from the raw experiences that I have had. How can people think about, making money, and also what should they be doing to be able to get clients? So should we get started? Drop in ready on the chat if you are ready for this for the next 20 minutes. Perfect. Someone still wants the certificate itself. I've already spoken about the certificate, so I'm not going to be talking about that again. I'll probably talk about it towards the end or tomorrow. But yeah, now Pinky is asking about the recording link. I told you all that you will get it not immediately, but in the next 24 to 48 hours, because our team has to process the recordings. In fact, it's not even our team. Zoom has to process these recordings, and Zoom has to give the recordings to us for us to be able to upload it and then send it to you, right? So it's going to take about 48 hours. Give me a quick thumbs up if it is fine for us to take about 48 hours to give you all the resources that I spoke about, and you will be getting all of the prompts, the tools document, the Q&A bot, the slide summaries, or the entire roadmap. In fact, the roadmap, a brief version of it is something that I will share right away, so that everyone who is not able to join the Accelerator program or the AI Journalist Fellowship program can have the roadmap handy and help you out, right? I've shared the roadmap link also. Take the roadmap seriously and go very deep into it, but all these resources that I'm showing you on the screen right now, 48 hours, you will get them. But now, how has leveraging AI really helped me, or what are the opportunities that it got to me, right? Or got for me, I would say. Now, the opportunities that I have gotten for myself probably won't be the opportunities that you will ever get for yourself, because the line of things that we are into could be very different. I have always been an educator first. My career itself started in education. I started off by teaching children in low income private communities in India, and then eventually running a school in rural Telangana or rural Hyderabad, helping first generation learners or first generation children or children whose parents did not officially go to schools. I started my career by teaching these children in low income private communities or rural communities, right? And ever since, I have been in the field of education, and by going neck deep into generative AI, I have gotten opportunities to go ahead and coach teams like SAP, Microsoft, a lot of leaders from companies like Aditya Birla, Tata, Shell, Domino's, Razorpay, Adobe. I have gone ahead and trained their teams as well, and also curated a lot of programs for these people after going neck deep into generative AI, because they are also learning at this point of time, and everybody who is learning, who goes neck deep, who can, there are three buckets, right? Three buckets that we need to be focusing on: AI agents, product building, and product and software building, and AI automations. And of course, there's a fourth bucket, which is image and video generation, and the whole creative bucket that kind of opens up, right? But a lot of people are trying to learn this. They have not gotten there, and that is the reason why people like me who have been into education and have gone neck deep are getting these kind of opportunities today. Your opportunities could be very, very different as well. I've also gotten opportunities to go ahead and give talks with leading platforms like Josh Talks and others. And as part of Outscale, we have of course built a community of over 4 million plus people from all across the globe. And I today can proudly say that I pretty much have a friend or two in most corners of the world, right? Because of the kind of connections that just learning AI has helped me with. Now, I did share with all of you that I started my journey or my career by teaching children, but learning generative AI and adopting generative AI has helped me go back to the same classrooms that I was leading earlier, right? I'll give you one simple use case before we kind of move on. And I'm not only going to be talking about what you can do in education space with AI. I have a lot of other ideas as well that I'll be throwing to all of you, but it all comes down to how are you personalizing this technology to your own use cases and building solutions with that. Now, in rural India or in rural schools, the quality of education that is given in the classroom is fairly, below standards, right? And you can't blame anybody for this, because the quality of the teachers that are available in rural parts of the country today, the quality of teachers and their teaching style is not all that great. And one thing that I always struggled with was to bring in some sort of standardization into how the lesson plans were being made. But I was never able to achieve that, because again, at the end of the day, every teacher, even from a rural area, has their own style of working, their own knowledge, pre-existing knowledge and all of that. What did I do now? I have been able to build a custom GPT for every grade of our school, for every class of our school, and all the teachers use the same custom GPT today. And because the prompt of the custom GPT is controlled by me, all of them have now started making lesson plans very similar to each other's. So with that, and we have been doing this pilot since the last 3 months, and with that, we have been able to bring in a lot of standardization into how the lessons are conducted inside classrooms. And we have seen that children today are liking the lessons more than how much they were liking it earlier, Because now in every lesson plan, because I am controlling the lesson plans indirectly, we have also gone ahead and included fun elements into the lesson plans in the form of exercises or activities that teachers can go ahead and conduct inside the classrooms. And because it's all AI, teachers are also getting personalized instructions to make their lessons even better. These are the kind of solutions that I have been able to go ahead and incorporate, right? And those of you who want to go ahead and know more about the kind of things that I have been able to do, you can go ahead and connect with me as well on either of the links that I've gone ahead and shared. But why is it important for you to learn what you're learning right now and not probably in the future? I spoke very briefly about this yesterday as we were getting started as well, that the opportunity exists right now. And this opportunity might not exist in the next few years, because eventually everybody will become an AI generalist. There's no other way around it, right? In the next 3 years or in 5 years, everybody has to go ahead and learn how to build AI workflows, how to use these AI tools. And why will everybody go ahead and learn this? It is because the tools and the skills that these tools can essentially unlock for us today have gotten democratized. If you are sitting in your room today, and if you're saying that I cannot do this because I didn't learn the skill back in college or during my school, you are lying to yourself and you're lying to everybody that you're saying that statement to. The skills that you did not learn earlier, AI can teach you that, and AI can in fact do that for you. That is why, as technology is getting democratized, everything that you have access to today is what I have access to today. There's nothing else that I have access to that you don't have access to. There's nothing else that probably Sam Altman has access to other than GPU and other than infrastructure, which is enabling them to build AI models. But if you think about Sam Altman as an end user, he would also have access to the same tech stack as you. It is about how are we going ahead and putting use cases to this tech stack that has now come up, right? And this moment is again special and urgent, primarily because the opportunities that exist today will not continue to exist. But the one mistake that nobody should make is obsessing over money. Just because there are lots of opportunities available, you should not go out into the market and say that you will start building automations for people right away. Because you have to first master the skill yourself. That is going to take time. But if you do it without mastering the skill, you are entering a rabbit hole, a hole that you should not enter, right? You should first practice, and the focus should always be on providing as much value as you can. If you end up obsessing over money, you will not be able to provide value, and the money that you are obsessing over will not come to you, and will not, even if it comes to you, it will not stay with you. But if you are, from the bottom of your heart, if you are providing value, money will automatically follow. And I wanted to share this at the beginning of this session itself, so that you don't end up thinking that there are cheat codes to make money. There are no cheat codes or hacks available. You have to put in the groundwork, you have to practice, you have to go neck deep. Only then you will be able to provide these as services. But if you are able to do that, and that is why I believe that there are about 5,000 people listening to me right now, it will not be possible for everybody, each one of you, to do this. But even if 5% of you are able to go ahead and practice and able to monetize your skills from then on, I would consider myself to be a big winner in this entire game, right? Today, or in this mastermind, you have learned image and video generation. You have learned how to build custom GPTs. You have learned about agentic workflows. You saw how automations can be built out without writing a single line of code. These are the same skills that people are looking for in the market today. A lot of people are not able to learn all of these things, and they will not learn it all by themselves as well. They would always end up thinking that outsourcing it giving it to a freelancer is always better ROI than learning everything on ourselves, right? And which could be true for a lot of people, not denying that. But as long as they exist, your opportunities will also exist. But you might be like, funny, I learned so many things. Which one should I go very deep into? Should I go deep into image and video generation? Or should I go deep into automations? Or should I go deep into agentic workflows or building custom GPTs and AI bots like that? Well, I would tell you to ask yourself what you're passionate about, what your current skill set looks like, and the amount of time that you have that you can dedicate completely towards learning. I would not want you to jump into an area that you're not passionate about, but you're jumping into it only because you believe there is money in it. If you are not passionate about something that you're doing, you will not be able to do it for a long period of time. In the long run, you will not be able to do it, and you will not do justice to the people who might reach out to you and to the people who might seek help or services from you. So make sure you are aware of what you're passionate about. You might be a creative person who's passionate about building or generating video content or images or creative things. You have a creative thought process. That could be the bucket. You might be a very logical person. You might like solving problems that involve logical thinking inside of them. If you are that, then agentic workflows and AI automations is the bucket that you should be thinking about. And it also depends on the amount of time that you can give to be able to practice. Practice will make you perfect, and that perfection will help you get clients, and that those clients will pay you money if you are truly providing value to them. But if you feel that you're passionate in these brackets as well, I want to go ahead and give you some ideas in terms of what you can start, right? Today, starting an AI agency has become possible for everybody. What do people do inside AI agencies? Well, you can run your AI agency either as a solopreneur, or you can eventually think of building your own team as well. But AI agencies are those, like for example, Manish runs an AI agency, right? Shantanu runs an AI agency. What do? Clients come to them, they ask them or they tell them that, hey, listen, I have this is how my current customer support process functions in my organization, and I'm having to spend about 50 lakh rupees only on my customer support team, and I want to cut down that entire expense. Is there any automation that can be built out? Is there any AI agent that can be built out? So people will come to you if you have your own AI agency with a problem statement, and you will be expected to build out a solution for them in the form of a product, in the form of an agentic workflow, in the form of an AI agent, or whatever it is, right? You will be expected to build that entire solution. So the responsibility of crafting the entire logical details, handling the databases, crafting the entire UI of the product or the agentic workflow, everything is done by you or your agency end to end, right? And if you are able to offer this as a service to somebody today, you can charge anywhere between 1 lakh to 3 lakh rupees after you go ahead and practice and completely hone the skill set. And what we have all realized, especially with clientele that is coming in for AI driven services, is that one client always brings another client, and eventually without you even wanting or knowing, a chain gets built up, because all the people who are getting these solutions built out for them, they get fascinated, and with that fascination they end up going and sharing this with their other co-founder friends, and that loop just continues. And if I go ahead and get an automated system built in for my company that is saving me 50 lakhs in my customer support vertical itself, I could go ahead and brag about it to 10 other friends of mine saying, you know what, I have an AI automation at play that is saving me 50 lakh rupees. Would you want something like that? And the other person would obviously say yes. Yeah, I would, and the other person would obviously say yes. And you will get a referral, you will get a recommendation that way. That is why I said providing value becomes very important. If you do a bad job with the first client of yours, you will not get those recommendations, right? And eventually people can scale their AI agencies that way. But the problem with AI agencies is the fact that you need to have a lot of time that you should be able to give, right? Because if, let's say, there's a client that is coming to you with a problem statement, they will have their own deadline for you to be able to build the solution and provide it to them. And if you're doing a full-time role, you will have to take out additional time to be able to build these solutions inside your agency as well. So if you are someone who has the time, you can go ahead and build up your own or start working towards building your own AI agency today. And if you do that today, the gig economy that is coming up in the next few years, it is going to be an absolute cakewalk for you if you start getting clients from today itself. But if you're like, funny, I don't think I'm passionate about building solutions for other people, but I like to build, right? If that's the case, today a lot of people are building their own software and own tools as solopreneurs, and they're going ahead and listing these products on the internet for other people to go ahead and download and try, right? Product Hunt, I would want to introduce all of you to this platform called Product Hunt. It's supremely incredible, right? People like you and me are building products and are putting it up on the internet for others to go ahead and download. And when they download, you can give them a free 7-day trial or a free 2-day trial, and then ask them to subscribe for your product by asking them to pay any amount, right? What you will have to kind of, obviously boil down to is a use case. What would you like to build a product for? What is your product really solving for many people on the internet, right? If you and for you to get those ideas, Product Hunt becomes a super helpful platform for you, right? Every on a weekly basis, I see Product Hunt. I go to Product Hunt almost like 3 to 4 times, which is 3 to 4 days in a week. I go ahead and all that I do is I kind of go through the list of products that are launching today to get a sense of how people are thinking today, right? There is some product called Heads Up. I didn't know about this product before, but it's listing as number 1 on Product Hunt today. So I open this up, and when I go through this, I realize that this is an AI competitor monitoring agent. Now I already know, because I know how AI models work, they are simply using probably an OpenAI model or something like that at the back end, and they're having an AI do all the competitor monitoring as an agent, right? So as I look at it, I know how they could have probably gone ahead and built this, but it's a very good use case if you think about it, right? An AI agent that can go ahead and probably monitor your competitors all throughout and keep telling you what your competitor is up to. That's a brilliant use case, right? And you can find many use cases like that. Someone's like ChatGPT with hands. I don't know what this is, but all you need to do is think, and Slashy does the work. Wow, okay, it probably is using the MCP technology right here because it connects to your apps, remembers what matters, and gets things done. And for that, an API or MCP connection would be required. Okay, wall extension. Okay, well extension, okay. Shimmer community membership, okay. Postal, something for people to be able to post on Twitter, right? So you see, there are so many ideas that you can get from here. Toddler vacation is something. Okay, plan your perfect family vacation with our well-curated selection of toddler-friendly hotels. There you go. Might be some parent who has thought that, hey, traveling with toddlers becomes very difficult. Not all the hotels support it. Why not create a specific place that helps us populate all the toddler-friendly hotels and destinations, right? Who knows? This could become a unicorn tomorrow, right? So this is how you can get ideas today. and nothing is stopping you from going ahead and building on top of these ideas. It's just gaps that you have to find in the industry today. And if you're able to find gaps, not only in the industry, if you're able to find gaps or ways in which humans can become more efficient, or anything that could help humans today, if you're able to go ahead and build that out, and you don't need to write a single line of code to be able to build these kind of products. That's the beauty. You will make it big if you're able to think of any idea like that, right? But if you're like, hey, funny, I don't have the time to build, or I can't build at all, can I do something else? Well, this is the bucket that I also kind of fall into. Earlier, I got started by building solutions for people, but then time, of course, did not allow me to continue doing that. And that is why I started offering consultations to people. So what I do these days is, when I have free time, people are allowed to block a call with me, and I charge for these one-to-one calls, right? A 1 hour call it's a paid call that people take with me, and I'm able to provide them a pathway. If they come with a problem statement to me, I'm able to tell them that, hey, this is how you could solve it. This is the AI model that you could probably go ahead and use. These are the API connections that are available for you to go ahead and solve for your own use case. I'm able to give them this entire roadmap and the strategy that will allow them to go ahead and apply, which will eventually get the product or the solution built out for them. And trust me when I say this, people are paying up to 25,000 rupees all the way up to 40,000 rupees for 1 hour, right? That is the kind of money that people are willing to pay as of now. And you know, the one question that I keep getting asked all the time is, how much do people charge, or how much can people charge? Well, the answer to that is not at all defined. I also don't have a definition of the amount that I usually charge for a 1 hour call with me. It all depends on the use case that I'm solving for the other person. What is the ROI that the other person will be getting out of this, out of the call with me? If they are able to save like 50 lakh rupees or a crore in salaries or in operational costs, I wouldn't be charging 25,000. I would charge way more. It is purely the ROI that you are able to give to the company, basis which we all decide how much to go ahead and charge. And that is what you would be doing too. There is no set salary range or, you know, amount or pricing range that has been set out in this market yet. But now you might be like, funny, I'm not somebody who will like to listen to other people's problems and help them solve their problems. I am interested in content. I absolutely loved what you guys are doing with content creation at Outskill or on Vibe of Vicinity's page and everything around it. Tell me what I can do on a content level to be able to make money. Well, one thing that you should all certainly check out is this YouTube channel called AI Revolution, right? I'll open it and show it to you. Right, I've gone to YouTube. AI Revolution. Yeah, this is the channel that I wanted to show. It has 450,000 subscribers, right? 450K almost subscribers. And all of their videos, 1.1 million views, right? 1.8 million. Okay, no, sorry. These are not the ones. Sorry. 1 second. Yeah, when I go into their channel, at this point, my voice is also gone after 2 intense days of the mastermind. But yeah, okay, they don't have 1 million views yet. But if you see 150K views here, right? 302K views here, 295K views here. Now, if I open this video, right, you will realize that there is no human being in this video at all. All of these are AI generated visuals, and they have been put together, right? And there's a voiceover
until the model settles
This is
on
a
the answer.
pure
This is not just
educational video that is providing value. It has a voiceover, and you all now know that 11 Labs can be used for voiceovers. You know how to create visuals like this. If you have any topic in mind, you can go ahead and start creating content around that. It could be as simple as helping children learn mathematics. People struggle in India, people struggle to learn math. I have been contemplating on this thought process since a very long time. If I used to take these math lessons, and my students used to love the way I used to teach math. Now, I don't know I have a few strategies that worked out from those times, and I've been thinking, why can't I go ahead and create YouTube content and start a channel where children can go learn math in a fun way? If my students in my classroom were able to do that, I'm sure a lot of children will also, benefit from it. Like that, if you are into cooking, you could think of that as a subject that you can create content on. If you are into finance, you can think of that as a subject that you can create content on. And you don't have to be there in the video as well. And these videos, when they start reaching to a lot of people, brands will start contacting you, and brands will say, hey, can I have a placement in your video, and I'll pay you for the placement. That essentially becomes an ad placement, which is also possible if you think of building something like newsletters, right? This is just text content. It's purely text content inside of a newsletter that provides value. Go ahead and Google or ChatGPT what a newsletter is. And if you are able to build out a newsletter all by yourself, you could get the same ad placements inside newsletters as well. So these are all the things that you can do in the content creation game. If you want to create content, and you can create content with AI as well, you can do all of these things. You could also make an avatar of yours and start using that to provide value on social media, on the internet, like how Vaibhav has been doing on his Instagram channel, right? Now, I hope all of it that I'm sharing is giving you ideas, right? Is this helping you? Drop in helpful on the chat if whatever I'm sharing is helping you, or does it feel like, I'm talking to a blackboard? Yeah? Perfect. Now, good to know that this is helping you and giving you some direction. But the question that you are asking is, where can you get clients from, right? And this is what I told you that I will be talking about as well, right? Now, a lot of you went ahead and made posts on LinkedIn, and I was skimming through some of the posts or some of the people who tagged me on LinkedIn with your day one learnings yesterday. I was going through your LinkedIn profile, and let me tell you this, folks, LinkedIn is an absolute gold mine when it comes to getting your first few clients as a freelancer. Why? Because all the smartest of the smartest people are on LinkedIn. If there's one platform that they are on, it's LinkedIn, and probably on Twitter as well. But LinkedIn is the platform that people come to find other people who can help them out in their own professional lives, right? Now, I wanted to go ahead and share a 4-step process with all of you that will help you become or use LinkedIn in a much better way. As I was going through the profiles of the people who had gone ahead and tagged me on LinkedIn, I realized that you are all not using your LinkedIn profiles in the right way at all. You see, in the offline world that we are in, we all complain a lot that, hey, real estate prices have gone up. What I would like to tell you on a funny note is that LinkedIn also gives you a lot of real estate, but looks like you don't care enough about the real estate. Now, what is the real estate that I'm talking about over here? If I open LinkedIn, right? If I open LinkedIn and if I go to my profile, I see a lot of sections inside my profile that you can absolutely use. And I will highlight a few of them for you, right? Firstly, there is a place for you to go ahead and put a cover picture. My cover picture talks about the company that we are trying to be building, right? And if you go to Webhub's LinkedIn profile, you will see a similar cover picture on Webhub's profile as well, because this is the company that we are trying to be building and educating the world with this company, right? So if you are somebody who is getting into AI automations and you believe that people can reach out to you for that service, or if you are somebody who is teaching people something, or if you are somebody who is building solutions for others, use the cover picture to clearly highlight what is the skill that you are ready to offer. Because when someone comes to your profile, the first place where their eyes go to is the cover picture, is this part, right? The part that I'm hovering. Whatever message you are trying to put across in this part will always be taken very, very well. The second real estate that I want to talk about, I mean, of course, without having to say, your profile picture needs to look professional for people to even want to go ahead and initiate a conversation with you. If you don't have a profile picture, or you have a very casual profile picture that has been put up where you are at the beach or you're eating some food, please go ahead and change that immediately. It will not work on LinkedIn. The tagline that you use for yourself, if you are into building automations, you need to mention it directly in your tagline. I help people learn AI. I'm building this company called Growth School. And I am a Teach for India alum. Teach for India is a very, very well-known organization. It's an NGO, one of the top NGOs in the country and in the world as well. I have been fortunate enough to work with them, and a lot of people search for Teach for India alums, and that's why I've gone ahead and put that right in my headline. So everything, if someone looks at this, they automatically know in just a second what I am or what I can do for them, right? And there is, when you scroll down, there is an about section that LinkedIn gives you, and a lot of you are not leveraging this about section at all. This is where you need to go ahead and talk about your experience, who you are, what is it that you like to do, what is it that you would like to do in the future. All of that is what you have to go ahead and write down over here in the about section. Next comes featured. A lot of people don't even have the featured section enabled on their LinkedIn profile, which is very, very unfortunate. Because if you have a product, if you have a YouTube channel, if you have a newsletter that you're creating, if you have a service that you're offering to people, you can drive the traffic from your LinkedIn profile to your external website by putting it up in the featured section. The way you create content matters. It brings in a lot of thought leadership, right? If you go through the posts that I have made, that I keep making, all my posts are about AI or about startups or about the tech space. Those are the kind of people that I want to attract to my profile, right? You need to be active. You need to start putting out your own thoughts. Not every day probably, but frequently. If you look at my profile, I don't put posts every day, but I put them frequently to let people know that I'm alive, and also to be sharing my thoughts with the world. If you don't do that, people will never recognize you, and people will never come to you, and people will never want you to work for them. You see, I'm getting, like, in the past 7 days, 50,000 plus people have seen my posts. More than 3,000 people have come and searched for me. And these are not big numbers, by the way. If you look at the numbers on Web of Sissante's profile, these numbers would be in lakhs. But it is because these are active profiles. There's a lot of thought that goes into everything, because you're putting yourself out in front of the world. The experience section, where you need to go ahead and in detail explain what you have done previously and everything around it, right? These are all the optimizations that you need to do on your LinkedIn profile, or at least the bare minimum optimizations that you do. And once you do make these optimizations, that is when you need to start reaching out to people as well. And that is when people will also start reaching out to you. And when either you reach out to them and they reach out to you, when either of these things happen, they will get a full-blown understanding of who you are and the value that you can go ahead and provide, because your profile will be completely optimized and built. If you reach out to people without optimizing your profile first, they will never reply back to you. When I reach out to people today, I have a almost 94% reply rate. Why? Because people see my profile and then they're like, oh, what he's doing is pretty interesting. I would love to chat. People want to collaborate, but they are very, very choosy when it comes to who they are collaborating with. If you want them to collaborate with you, you need to give them enough reasons today for them to get inspired and be able to go ahead and collaborate with you. So go ahead, and first step should be to optimize your LinkedIn profile. And next, learn the skill of cold emailing. It's going to be super helpful as you go ahead and build your own email lists as well. Cold emailing is something that everybody should learn if you want to be good with organic sales. If you want to grow your clientele, cold emailing becomes a very, very important step and strategy. Read up more about it. And the third suggestion that I would give to everybody is go ahead, find people that you can network with. I understand that for whatever reasons you may not have been able to join the AI Accelerator program, or you're not giving the interview for the AI Journalist Fellowship program, whatever may be the reason. I will tell you this, learning alone is going to be difficult. If you have not been able to join our community, that is fine. If you want free communities, there are free communities also available on the internet today. There is this platform called School that I like a lot. Meet people there. Attend events. Find events that are happening in your own city and go ahead and start attending these offline events. Try to meet people and build your network. Build your community so that you have people that you can throw ideas with, bounce off ideas with, share your journeys with. That is what will bring in that accountability into your learning journey. Unless that accountability is there, and one of the things that we kind of do inside of our programs as well is to hold people accountable. Because unless that accountability is there, human beings do not take steps to move forward. Right? So I think this brings me to the end of this special piece that I wanted to include. And the intent of including this was to only give you ideas in terms of what is it that you can do with, AI. What are the kind of opportunities that you can tap into? I hope that was helpful. Was that helpful? Drop in yes on the chat. Feels like you're showing the map while others give directions. Well, thank you. I mean, there's nothing to hide in any of these things, right? Like the last thing that I should be worried about is me sharing all of this is going to help probably 50 more consultants to come up. Will those 50 more consultants take away the opportunities that I am getting? I don't think so, right? So that is why I was completely honest with you and I shared everything as raw as possible with all of you. Now, this brings us to the end. We can't share the school link. It's an external community that you can go ahead and look up on Google, right? But I think with that, we are almost hitting 8 p.m. IST. I would want all of you to be able to take rest. I would want all of you to be able to share with all of your friends and family members about what you learned and how exciting this weekend was for you. We will be connecting again tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. IST. Right? All of the material links will come to you on your email. Don't worry about the operational bits. And you can always write to hi@outskill.com as well if you don't find anything in your inbox in the next 48 hours. But I'm going to end this call right now, and I will see you all tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. IST sharp for the day 3, which is the bonus day. But with that being said, thank you so much for being a part of day 1 and day 2 of the AI Mastermind. If there's one thing that I wish for everybody, that is success. All of you have taken the first step already by attending this mastermind. Do not stop. Be hungry. Be hungry for learning AI. You have taken that first step. If you let go from tomorrow, you will again go back to how you were probably on Friday. But if you do not let go, you will continue to grow. We'll talk more about this tomorrow, but until then, thank you so much and have a great evening going forward. However you are celebrating the evening, right? You should certainly celebrate it. Probably have a drink if you want to, or have good dinner because you spent 16 hours learning. But with that being said, good night everyone. Thank you and cheers. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.